Hello everyone, this is Defense Politics Asia and crazy news. I just woke up actually. So I slept at 2 p.m. I didn't sleep the whole morning through the morning and all the way until 2 p.m. In Singapore time. And it is now 11 p.m. I just woke up and I suddenly see a shocking news. Russia did a massive advance backwards out of Izyum and Balakliya. Unbelievable. I was still no, I cannot be, because the first hint of this news come out on Twitter, and it was totally unmentioned by official sources and also not mentioned by Raiba because I think Raiba was sleeping as well. So I was just so I decided to okay, I just wrote because it feels very impossible, right, for Izyum to fall. Imagine how hard Russia fought to get Izyum. It took them like almost a month to take Izyum. So I decided to I just put a statement out. I say if this is not true, everybody need to check their brains. For those that are celebrating, let me I show you the tweet that I put out. So now it's aging terribly. It's aging so terribly. Then so I just gonna admit because it's the truth, right? So this is what I wrote. I wrote in 12 hours time, because which is exactly now. If all the reports finally don't clear up, the Ukrainian forces not in Izyum, not taken Izyum, not taken Oskiu, please go and wash your brain and rethink the meaning of your life and your capacity for critical thinking. Then fuck. Then Russia probably saw this tweet and say, "Fuck you, DPA," and then after that they go and retreat. So yeah, this is what happened, and I'm so sorry for you guys that are who support Russia, the pro-Russian crowd, because this is nothing short of a rout. This is actually worse than the northern front withdrawal. So previously the Russian forces had taken most of Sumy and Chernihiv, and then they did this massive withdrawal. But to me that wasn't a very big defeat. It was under massive pressure by the Ukrainian forces, but it's not really that much of a strategic defeat, because this was never the objective, to capture this area. The Russian forces really is just wanting to get a quick surrender from Ukraine. And however, since after a month of being there, they realized that they're not going to get a concession from Zelensky. So withdrawal does make sense, because it did indeed cause some kind of a diversion of Ukrainian forces away from the Eastern Front, especially from Mariupol. Then we have this very bizarre withdrawal from the northern part of Kharkiv, where it makes no sense. Again, this one makes a lot more no sense than the one in the withdrawal in the northern front, because they were holding a high line around this ring road here, and they just suddenly got massively beaten back. So we give the Russian MoD a benefit of the doubt, right? So they maybe in goodwill or whatever, they withdraw to a higher line. So whatever, Ukrainians claim victory again, which is more convincing than the one in the northern front one. So okay, so now we have this, and I haven't even updated the map. So this is going to be a very long live stream, as you can follow me to update the map, because I'm not going to be able to update this thing with quick updates, because I think many things going to be changing, and it's going to make it so difficult to even do a summary. So anyway, I think you guys will be interested to see how I do these updates as well. So maybe you can take a look and see how it goes. But the first update that I seen the moment I wake up, because the moment I wake up, the first thing I would do, when I do updates, the first thing I go is actually the Ministry of Russia's Telegram channel, because their updates usually are the most straightforward, because there's usually nothing much to update from their from their uh from their updates, because their updates is usually all about, oh, they strike this position, strike that position, kill a lot of these people, kill a lot of that people, then is this sort of things. So if you want a really summarized updates, you can actually go to other channels like Whip Union. I think Whip Union launched a video about Izyum falling. I haven't really seen anything. So if you guys haven't seen anything and you want to discover this entire crazy stuff together, then you can actually follow the stream. So hello 673 of you guys. So thank you for joining. So you guys are chatting at a very high rate. So it will be very hard for me to read everything. So I will so I can show you, how this is how I see you guys. So you guys are all chatting. So if you really want me to read your comment or question, you can actually use super chat. Then definitely the thing will come out, and I will be able to see it for sure, 100%. So otherwise it's a bit of like a lottery, right? So for me to see what you say. So I'm gonna have to wait. I need to greet my mom first. My mom just came home. OK， 等下载你回来。OK， 我在做东西。Sorry, I'm back. Yeah, my mom just came home, so I went to greet her. Yeah, it's a Chinese thing, it's only polite to greet your parents. So yeah, so where do I start, man? This is so terrible. So terrible for the people who support Russia. Actually, not so terrible for me. I'm just reporting. Although it is quite disappointing, where we all have very high expectations, of the Russian military, and to have retrograde retreat so many times is oh my god. Mum review. DV28L say DPA mum review. Maybe when I get to 100k subs, you can decide whether you want to see my wife, or you want to see my child, or you want to see my mom. So what is the Tenny Brose Ale say in Chinese word? Horse deer in Chinese. I don't know what the hell is that supposed to mean. So anyway, okay, so where's my Telegram? Okay, I just start a new one. Okay, so MoD Russia. So this is the, I think this is probably the way you'll be able to, what the fuck? Where are you guys? Where's my map? Oh, it's there. Okay, wrong. Okay, yeah. So hey, come on, man. So this is the Russian Ministry of Defense Telegram channel. Can I open a bit more? Okay, I want the sidebar. Okay, so Russian Ministry of Defense. This is where I get some of this update. So just now I just scroll down. They only have like around 3 posts. I think they don't dare to celebrate that much anymore, because they usually celebrate a lot. They post a lot of crazy, not crazy, I mean a lot of different things, which to create the sense of everything is normal, it's good, or things that are things like the exercises they are doing, how awesome their soldiers and military equipments are, then sort of things. Then I saw this update. Then I scroll down, I see, okay, because usually because nowadays I update the bombardments, right, where the shelling happens. So usually I will go through this. I will probably put an icon on, you know, Balakliya, Shu Hui, Ray Alexandrifica, you know, I will start to plot. But because of the Izyum situation, I start to, you know, search for the Izyum one first, because the bombardment, as you guys don't even care, right? You all don't care about where the bombardments are. So I was like, okay, I scroll down and say, yeah, and after I scroll down, then I suddenly see this. Huh? Redeployment? So this is the official Russian statement. This is the same one as this one. So I'm just going to read directly from here. And I saw a super chat. Profex said the NATO has a budget of $1 million. Why do you think they don't send more artillery to Ukraine? NATO have the budget, but the weapons are all damn expensive. Because Western weapons are all super expensive. So is because the military industrial complex need to be fed. So they feed them. So every equipment is all expensive, every shell is expensive. And the NATO countries themselves, they cannot give everything to Ukraine. So they can only give a portion which they think they can spare. And usually you don't have anything that you can spare by right. So no military will buy too much. So they will all buy enough for what they need plus a bit of reserve for, you know, in case of in wartime or for replacements for parts. You know, they'll buy certain extras that will replace, but they will not have enough to, you know, to fill up maybe another like ×2 or not even ×1.5. You know, it's not enough. It's just going to be like a 10% more, 20% more kind of thing. So they can only give this 10-20% to Ukraine. And from my understanding, some of these NATO countries, they give away even active equipments. That means the equipments that are being used by the active units, leaving their own active unit without equipments like artillery. So this is what happened in NATO countries. So it's not that they cannot give more, but if they give more, then they themselves will be undefended. And you have to understand, this is not command and conquer. It's not like you click the button, right? Then the unit will appear very quickly. It will take years to replenish lost equipment. So if they give away maybe a division of tanks, then these tanks will take years before you can get replaced. And that's what happened to Poland. Poland is waiting for their, I think, Abrams tank, right? Or is it Leopard tank? I think they bought both. So it will take a long time before they can get their all these Russian Soviet tanks are replaced. Anna785 said, what is the chance that Ukraine will capture Belgorod in the next weeks and start marching to Moscow? I would say 0, but I also think that for Ukraine to capture Izyum is also near 0, but they captured it. So who knows, man? Like, I'm not sure where did I say it. If don't know which stream or which video. I think one of the those like 100 days or 150 days kind of a summary, where I kind of summarize what happened throughout the entire war up to that point. I did mention that because at that time the Ukrainian forces are really struggling. So I actually said that the Ukrainian forces should actually go for Belgorod, or they should go for Kursk, or Bryansk, something like that. Punch into the Russian territory and cause the Russian military to actually have to be totally diverted away from the front line. In fact, I also said the same thing for the Russian forces. Because of this offensive, right, the Russians should just punch into Sumy area or Chernihiv, just go blitzkrieg inside. But the Russians, no, they just prefer to rush backwards. So I think they're gonna read. So I haven't read the what exactly happened yet, but I believe that they will withdraw behind the Oskil River. So they will give up all this area. I'm not sure if they will keep this area, but they will withdraw behind the Oskil River and hold that line. And they probably will focus on Liman. From my last understanding, the rumors is that the Liman offensive has started as well. So let's see how that goes, because Liman is still under Donetsk region, so they cannot lose territory within the Donetsk region. So maybe that's why they say that they need the redeployment, perhaps. Robotrix, for a beer next time, streaming or coffee. Oh, thank you so much. I got coffee here. So, well, I just woke up, I make coffee, and it's actually 11:20 p.m. now. I just woke up. So I was like, I woke up to a nightmare scenario where I have no idea how to update all these things. So we will not I will not update the boring part, which is the bombardments yet. I will update the exciting parts. Which this is Ryba. So this is the infamous or famous Ryba, where we get most of the detailed information of what actually happened, because there is only three major sources that is very reliable. It may not be very reliable to you, but it's very reliable as far as I am concerned. Russian Ministry of Defense, Ukraine Ministry of Defense. These two are official media or official government sources. So you have to give them weight, even if you don't believe them. And Ryba, these three is the top three. Then you have a second layer. You have the Donetsk People's Republic, Luhansk People's Republic. You have Colonel Kassad. This is Boris Rosin. Usually I only know him as Colonel Kassad. Then Levi, War Gonzo, Intel, Slava, AC military. So many of these are War Gonzo is a source, but they tend to be rather they are very, very pro-Russia. So they are so pro-Russia to the point where their information can be wrong, and I experienced that before. So I put them very low in my credits. So Intel Slava is an aggregator, so their information can be used, but a lot of time I use it as for rumors, because it's proven too many times that their information is wrong. Like for example, capture of Kodema. Like this kind of thing, right? Come from Intel Slava, this kind of thing. So thank you Robotrix, Erna, and Profexa for the super chat. Thank you for the questions. So we'll update live. If you find it boring, then too bad, because that's my life now. Because if you all want the map update, then this is my life. It's just that things are happening very quickly. So if I do my updates as per usual, it will take 4 or 5 hours. At quickest, it will take 2-3 hours. And by the time I take 2-3 hours and I publish the summary, you guys are going to say, "You're so outdated. These things already happened. The this and that already. What?" Then it's like, I just do it live for you, so you guys know what the hell is happening. Why DPA not updating map in Kharkov Oblast? Try until success. What do you mean by not updating? What are you talking about? I just woke up. When I went to sleep, this is exactly the situation when I went to sleep. Then there was just rumors on Twitter. Rumors. There is no clear information, unconfirmed reports that Ukrainian forces entered Izyum. So I was like, so I repeat again for those that didn't see. So you see, don't come in earlier. So hello History Legends. History Legends is in the house. So hi History Legend. So before I slept, I posted this. For those that didn't see it just now. So I was like, because I saw these rumors about Izyum, right? I thought it's impossible. How could that be possible? Russia spent so much effort to capture Izyum. So many people died for Izyum, really, like, no joke. So I'll say, if all this information is fake, Ukraine forces is not in Izyum, not captured Izyum, not taken or skill, then please go and wash your brain. Think about your meaning of life. your capacity for critical thinking, and the susceptibility for fake news. But or else, congrats. So yeah, now it's congrats, congrats, yay, congrats. So I gotta, so might as well, congrats. So yeah, I admit to my mistakes. That's the difference between me and some of these crazies, right? What I like to call crazies. I need the proper title for history legend. What title do you think I need to put? History Legends is on holiday, so if not, I would have like invited him to talk live. Yeah. I stand with Russia. Say why Russia can't use all its military, because it's a special military operation. Putin is put it that, how to put it. Some of you guys who are pro Ukraine or anti Russia wouldn't like it. Putin is a man of his words. He had his words have weight. So and he's known, especially I think in Russia, to be someone who is very straight talking, and he don't bullshit. He don't talk rubbish. So he simply just say that this is a special military operation. You know, the conscripts will not be involved. So he need to keep it that way, and it will only be fought purely by their professional force. However, the Russia is a huge place. They need to have their professional force guarding the border as a reserve as well. You can see this is only Ukraine. This is a freaking Russia. So they need to have active forces, you know, in Belarus, or you know, in the Baltic states area, southern side. By Georgia, you know, and all these crazy, you know, Central Asia countries, which is sometimes very unreliable. They need to have some forces, you know, making sure that these people don't go crazy. Then they have this massive, crazy, dangerous frenemy, which is China. This is extremely. China is not a friend of Russia. China is just a partner, tentatively, and partner in because they have common interests tentatively. China and Russia is ultimately a strategic rival. So, which is why there must be some kind of forces as well here to make sure that, you know, China behaves. Which is why, you know, they can't deploy all their military into Ukraine, and that will look very bad as well. But it's already looking very bad, to be honest. So, oh, okay. So thank you, History Legend. Bye bye, History Legend. He go back for a tour already. So yeah, so why every time I do live streaming or whatever, my nose is so itchy for no reason. Okay, so let's do the updates. For you guys who are bored, I can play music as well, because you will get copyright strikes. So okay, let's go back to the first one that I prefer to do from. Where are we? So this is the end of September report. September 9 report, which is which is most of it I actually already updated. Because before I went to sleep, as I mentioned, all my information here is actually updated as per I go to sleep. So all I can say that is that the reinforcement apparently is just to prevent a military rout. Apparently all the reinforcement is just there to ensure an orderly retreat. So that's kind of sucky, right? And with the Russian Ministry of Defense kind of announcement like this, is basically say that they will not be back. Just like in Kharkiv, France, is they will not be able to come back, because the moment the Ukrainian forms a defensive line, the Russians seems to have a very hard time to break through, because you need numbers to break through a defensive line. Sorry, my nose is so itchy. So yeah. I wonder if I can show the, how do I pop up chat? Can I put one more here? Oh no, oh no. You cannot like that lah. Okay, so maybe this works. Maybe I'm trying to organize my windows in a way that I can feel comfortable. Ah, stupid. Okay. No. Oh, shucks. That is so shitty. Okay, forget it. Let's go back to the previous way of setting the room. Okay. Then I can code like this. Okay. Okay, best E-Car say if Putin is a man of his word, how is this surprising? He said DPR, LPR plus possibly Odessa. He never said plus Odessa. And DPR, LPR is still DPR, LPR. The primary objective of the special military operation is still the liberation of Luhansk and Donetsk. So which is why even the withdrawal is still in line with the initial objective. So the problem is, it's like you tell your wife you're gonna you will make sure that there is enough food, you know, for everyone. You know, you will be earning like $3,000 per month, and then you earn $12,000 a month. Then after that, you know, your income keep dropping. Then from 12 to 10 to 8 to 6. Then you think, but you see, I think that I promise you 3,500. That kind of like terrible. It's a terrible analogy, but you know, it's a kind of cope. It's a kind of cope, because if I'm one of the soldiers, you know, or I have comrades dying at Izyum, dying at Kharkiv, you know, trying to get all these gains, and then we don't hold it. Then imagine the civilians have trusted them. So for those that you guys have been around for a long time, you guys will remember me saying that my worry is for the Kharkiv civilians that trusted the Russians, because the withdrawal from here has caused a lot of civilians to die, because they are seen as collaborators with the Russian enemies, and many of them got tortured, got killed, got beaten up. And I was saying that this is a danger, and the Russian military and the government did consider that, and which is why they seem to put a lot more effort in this area to try to defend this area. However, and I was saying that, and then they started to think about, you know, changing the education system here into the Russian standard. And I mentioned that this is a sign that the Russian strategic thinking is now that they want to hold this area, because they realize they cannot withdraw. If they withdraw, the people is going to suffer due to, you know, worry that, you know, all these are collaborators or all this kind of thing. And however, as per this offensive, the Russians cannot hold against the Ukrainian forces, because they are just too many, and the Russians are not deploying enough troops to deal with this kind of attack. And probably, who knows, maybe the HIMARS and the M270 really made a difference, causing reinforcement and resupply are impossible. So that could be the case. And there's another super chat from Profax again. Which country have more military casualties? Do you believe Russia? I feel that if I'm not wrong, the Ukrainians have more casualties, because the Russians, if you see why is there a withdrawal? The withdrawal is not is less of the Russians don't want to stay and fight. Is the Russians are avoiding as much casualties as they can. This is the way how they fight. So if they are going to get encircled, or if they are overwhelmed, they will tend to retreat, because especially encirclement, they will not allow their forces to be encircled, which is why the Russians always retreat when they are under threat of encirclement. This happened in the northern front as well. On this side, this part of the western Kiev, that's exactly what happened, where the Ukrainian forces was forcing on the northern side here, forcing in, and then and then there was a huge push towards Bucha area and in all fronts actually. And then the Russians decided to just leave because they cannot risk an encirclement, and which is why I think this is what we are seeing now as well. It's not a withdrawal, it's a rout. Yeah, I say a rout, right? The title of this video is rout, right? I say Russian forces routed. Zimox. So again, for those that just came in, it's now 1,500 people. I just want to say, I just want to know, I feel sorry for you guys for who are pro-Russia. I know that a majority of my viewers are pro-Russia. So because there is a reason for this as well. Because if you are pro-Ukraine, there's a lot of other channels that are very, very pro-Ukraine, and you can actually get a lot of happy news there. So which is why it's just natural that my channel will end up have more pro-Russians. But the thing is, the people who come to this channel tend to just want neutral, correct, factual news. So which is why it is a bit kind of different, because if you really want very pro-Russian news, very hype about Russia one, there is also other channels that do that, but I just don't do that. Me and B, so Me and B is one of the DPA officers. So you don't play, okay? Me and B is an officer. Didn't get notification. Oh, it's okay. You are still here. So what you miss is just that the Russian Ministry of Defense, oops, not that one. Russian Ministry of Defense have announced a redeployment to the Donetsk front within 72 hours. I've never seen this kind of redeployment before. So yeah, I don't know what to think. I think this is looking rather terrible for Putin. Okay, so let's do the updates. All these things I have already updated. Actually, do I need to show you the chat? I think don't need to show you chat, right? Because you guys are already on the chat. Yeah, you guys are already on this chat, right? So this one I restore. I want to see it myself. So you, when I put it in the chat, you may realize that there is a difference. My chat seems to be a bit slower because there's latency in the streaming, right? No, go away. Okay. I'm so distracted by the chat. I keep looking at the chat. So okay. So let's still rich, but it's not by forces news. Okay, so these are all updated. So the immediate goal of the armed forces of Ukraine remains the same. Shevchenko become under Ukraine forces. Then after that, Ukraine did not. Yeah, military strike left of Oskill, bridge and repairs damage. So all these are already updated. Nothing new. So Kasat, Russian forces withdrew behind Oskill in Kupiansk. And what I don't know what is the meaning of behind. So old Richard, super chat, whoever maybe Shogun told Putin this SMO war on a shoestring was a good idea, totally blew it. Russia had two choices now, quit or go all out. Yeah, I think I think they probably never expected the Ukrainians will hold this long, I suspect. So I think whoever proposed it is going to be a dipshit as well. I'm not sure if it will be Shoigu making that decision. Maybe it's Putin's decision, perhaps. So no, Putin can't really sack Putin. So in terms of what do you say? Russia have two choices now: quit or go all out. They can't quit because they already promised Donetsk and Luhansk that they will liberate them. So Russia would have no choice but to liberate Luhansk or Donetsk. The failure of liberating Luhansk and Donetsk will be devastating to Russian internal politics and the standing of Russia geopolitically. immediately, if they fail to do this, even a minimum objective, they will actually lose their standing in the world. They will become just another third grade country. So I don't think, yeah, blow my nose. I really wanted to blow my nose, so it's very itchy. But the thing is, it's not that my nose is running. My nose is just itchy. Just itchy. And this happens every time when I do live stream. I don't know why. Lately, I think because my wife is not around, so maybe my house is a bit dusty. So, yeah. So yeah, old Richard. I think all these our thinking are all pretty pretty much the same. Let me arrange again. Yeah. So let's update. Tree of Life. Thank you for the thumbs up. River of Life. River of Life. Why did I say Tree of Life? River of Life. Thumbs up. Yeah. So Slava Uganda. Uganda. So continue to attack in the Izyum direction, seeking to reach directly to Izyum. As of last night, the front is 5 to 10 kilometers from the city. So where's the front? From which direction? Sought to reach. Krasny Liman subjected to artillery strike in the morning. So, and the morning attack on the position begin in the area of Krasny Liman began from. So Krasny Liman. So Crispy Lemon. So Liman. This is Krasny Liman. The old name is Krasny Liman. So now it's just known as Liman. In DPA language, we call it Crispy Lemon. So the attack start off from Stary Caravan towards Liman. So this icon. So they strike and then launch a morning attack. So we can add fighting reported at Liman. Just put it as at Liman. This is 9th of September information. Then what I do, I will actually copy the link source. So everything that I post on the map is all sourced. So I don't make things up. For those who really hates me, I don't know why. Why do you want to hate me? I'm so cute. So so there is bombardment, shelling, Ukrainian shelling. Oops. Okay, never mind. Wait, let me copy from here. So so this is how I update. Every single icon is done this way. Every single icon on the map is done this way. So you can see how many icons are there. The blue ones and the red ones, the bombardments one. So that's why the mapping takes 4 hours. So yeah. So just so this streaming session is also to let's discover what the hell happened together. So the idea is to capture Liman and further attacks Oslo. Attack Oslo. Capture Liman. Oslo is where? Here. This way. Yeah. So in the event of the loss of Red Liman, because Red is actually Krasny, so the question to need to redraw the entire Izyum group may arise in full growth. Yeah. If you lose Liman, I don't know what the hell Russia is doing then. Because the entire war will be pointless. Because if you keep losing territory. The issue of withdrawal troops is already on the agenda. There is no illusional threat of encirclement near Izyum. So court news. So Riber shared from court's news. We have to admit that it's not possible to contain enemy at Kupiansk. Together with the reserve, the redrawn unit occupy the eastern side. of the bank of the Oscar. So there is a withdrawal at Kupiansk. So all this reinforcement is pointless. It's just to withdraw to this side, to the eastern side. So so how are you going to do this? What it says, Russian forces withdraw to eastern bank of Oskil River at Kupiansk. And so imagine we just took 5 minutes just to update two icons. Yeah, so I thought this is you guys, so which means that the front line will have to be pushed back to here. And with this point we'll have to go up to the next town. There's a super chat. I stand with Russia. Ukraine claim there is over 50,000 dead Russian. Fact or fiction? I have no idea. The usually dead numbers are nobody is counting, to be honest. So some of the body parts when the explosion came, the whole body is just going to pieces. Who can count casualties in that way? So, and there are also casualties that no one found it after weeks later, because they're in position, they got bombarded, they died, and then no one know they're there. So I don't think casualty numbers can be reliable. But given the routing of the troops, I think it is possible that it is quite significant. Oh, why is this so itchy, my nose? Oh my god. Oh, I guess on a curious note, this is how I become Giga Chat. Yeah. Okay. Daniel Elliott say pro-Ukraine, but what do you think of the possibility of Western countries secretly sending soldiers? There's report of both sides of foreign fighters, and these tactics are very Western. Possibility. I would say between maybe in the low percent, maybe 10-20%, there is possibilities, because they can actually send in regular troops and say that they are mercenaries. It's really hard to tell. But coffee is why your nose is itchy. That's what's up. So, Madam, so there, can you stop spamming, or I will mute you from the chat. So, you have 1 minute to stop it, please stop it, because you are making it impossible for me to read. When I ban, right, you're out of the channel entirely, so which means that in future comments I will not be able to see it, or no one will ever see it. So yeah. Okay, so yeah, I appeal to humanitarian and service and now read your help at the border. Okay. From the actual. So they say that the pro-Russian crowd refuse to believe that the armed forces of Russia is withdrawing from Kupiansk. Then they say that if they believe that it's some part of a bigger plan, but if there's a bigger plan, then the details are not known to Ryber. So Ryber say that they remember how the group was withdrawn from Kiev, Chernihiv, Sumy region, and then they try to sell the surrender, of the population as a pre-planned action. So now apply the same thing to the scale of the Kharkiv region. Ask yourself, is there a bigger plan? We don't know. So even Ryber don't believe. So this is why I trust Ryber, because Ryber is not even though they are pro-Russia in a sense, but they are neutral. They are just like me. We just see things as it is. So which is why I love Raiba, because they are very professional. So you see, Raiba don't, like me, do not believe that this withdrawal or this redeployment is actually a planned thing. So yeah, they don't believe it as well. Redeemer, thank you for the amazing working. Duff Testicle, thank you so much, Duff. Thank you for the super chat. Highly appreciate it. Yeah, the reason for super chat is not really, it's not just money thing, but it's also because it's not possible to read the entire chat group. Tara's MTV, DPA neutral, like really lah. You see, I'm crying now. I don't really even care about whether they are getting routed or losing positions. I just feel sorry for the people who have worked with the Russian military in the civilians, and then these guys are going to be outed as Russian collaborators. These people are going to die, So this is the thing that I don't like, because this is the reality of the things in the ground. Because Ukrainian SBU, the special branch, is extremely paranoid about agents, and they just catch anyone. They rather catch the wrong person than to let someone off, and that's very horrible kind of intel and counter intelligence work. So, or counter espionage work is very there's a lot of information about all this thing. If you go and search, you'll see Ukraine isn't that kind of a good country as well. NGS say embarrassment for Russia. Agree. What did Ukraine really gain strategically? What do you mean by they have more territory but must hold it? They lost troops. Russia did not. NGS, Russia definitely lost troops. It's not possible that this can happen without losing troops. They definitely have lost troops. How much? I don't know. Strategically, there is actually no difference. They can hold more territory, but as Ukraine have proven, it is possible for them to manage holding more territory. Let me turn off my origin. Is that origin? Where's origin? Yeah. It is possible to hold all this territory. Although the Ukraine government will have to spend more money to feed all these people, to repair things, but they will hold it because this Ukraine government is all about PR. It's mostly about PR, and the fronts, they don't, in terms of troop numbers, you're still holding the same, more or less the same line. So it doesn't really affect you that much in terms of affect Ukraine that much in terms of the military side of things. In fact, if they are able to hold a much easier front, because like this front is actually a bit difficult to hold, because this is quite a long front. If they can reduce the number of front to a few choke points, the Russians will be happy about that. They can actually send more troops to the eastern front as well. So it's actually quite equal. Redeemer just sent a super chat. Redeemer, do you want to say something? Thank you, Redeemer. Redeemer, if you got something to say, don't put in the normal chat. I can see it also as well. Have you been to Ukraine or maybe seen the Ukrainian in real life? Tara's MTV, I've seen a Ukrainian in real life, like multiple times, but not in Ukraine. I never go to Ukraine. I very seldom go overseas, because from Singapore to Europe is actually very, very expensive. So yeah, so this is where his bias shows. What bias? Crazy. Okay, go back to the updating. Apparently, the new front line will run along the left bank of the Oski River. Just as I mentioned, likely to be the case. So they cannot resist the right bank of the Oski River. They cannot resist the decision to withdraw troops. Is a military necessity that prevailed over political expediency. Pay tribute to the fact that who gave the order to withdraw showed courage. So someone gave the order to withdraw, and so they say that it might not be the Russian leadership. So the protracted counter-offensive for the armed forces of Ukraine in the Balakliya Izyum front. The state of the troops, lie the report to the top. Let those that are supposed to deal with this. I repeat, the current condition, the organized withdrawal is the only right decision. Yeah, I mentioned, I think 1 or 2 summaries ago, I did mention that I have actually no, or maybe the live stream yesterday, I said I have no idea how the Russians are going to deal with this. I did mention that there is actually no good things the Russians can do. So that's why this is actually same as my opinion, as like, no, you can't really do much things. Itachi is spamming. Just for the just to let you guys know, I think the Ukrainians will not stop here. I don't think they will push all the way to the border, because it's not quite possible to capture the border area because it's just next to Russia. But they will capture even Veliki Bolok, and I tell you, they're going to start an offensive in the north of Luhansk. This is what I think will happen. So they will invade northward. So mark my words, this is what will happen, because this is actually a weak spot now, because there's no troops there. So the Ukrainians, once they capture this area, they'll try to break Oski River and they'll go straight into Luhansk. I think that's going to be the case. So brace for more heartbreak for the pro-Russian side. Old Richard say, any reports of regular Russian unit deep in Russia moving towards Ukraine? There is a lot of reports yesterday and videos of Russian troops moving towards the front. I believe, I'm not sure, I think it's Belgorod. I think in Belgorod, but it wouldn't matter that much, because once you lose the territory, it's very, very hard to get it back, because Ukrainian forces are very good at defensive war. So I don't think, the reinforcement is going to do much, unless they're going to start a new front. This is going to be disastrous. Learning to micro say, I'm a little slow. Is it over for Russia now? Yeah. At least it's over for them in Izyum and Balakliya front. So I will start to call this a different front line soon. So command unit say, Russia definitely not fighting a PR war. Yes, Russia is really bad at propaganda. I don't know if you guys notice, you guys who are pro-Ukraine or anti-Russia, do you believe anything Russia says? You don't, which means their propaganda is shit. You understand? That it doesn't work. I don't know why is there this always talking about Russia misinformation and all these things. Russia is horrible in their information warfare. They are so poor. So nothing Russia says really influence people much. Like, to be honest, they are terrible at it. You know what? I need to put some cream. I put more pico to stop my itch. Okay, and then oh no, I don't know how to pronounce that in Russian. Let me see. And Erek Sa how pa my Russian alphabet failed me, so let me translate. Wait. Alexander Zararenko. So the Alexander say, do you think Russia still have might to counterattack? How many men will they have for the defense of Luhansk? Can the militia stop Ukraine? Okay, let me tell you the bad news. The bad news is, originally, so if you look at this map before I change it massively, okay, let me just pull out pull out the old map. So you can see the, let me turn off the current one first. Wait. So this is 30th of August. This was the front line before the Balakliya offensive started. So let's look at where are the choke points. So we have Izyum. There is the forested area here. So this is very hard to penetrate. And then the Russia hold this very hard to hold line. So because this is in the open in a sense. So there is no choke point around here. So this is where the Russians have most of its troops. Then along here, there's a river here at Zaliman. So the Russians hold this position. And then all the way here is all river. And then there's a crossing here at Bayrak towards Balakliya. So the Russians hold the choke point here. And then otherwise, then you have this entire expanse here, which seemingly no one cares until the Ukrainians started to do an offensive from here, because this is a weak spot. This is a totally flat ground or open terrain where there is no choke points, and perhaps the Ukrainians knew this, and they purposely did not want to exploit this until they have sufficient forces. And as such, as we saw in the Balakliya offensive, is that they finally masses enough troops here, they punch through, and then they span outwards into this weak spot of the Russian defenses. So the bad news is what? The Russians are already trying to defend with the existing troops that they have using choke points. If the Ukrainians able to break through any part of this Oskil River, then the Russians are not going to have enough troops to defend against a massive Ukrainian offensive that they will span out across the entire of this open ground here. The Russians are not going to have enough troops to defend. That is the problem now for the Russians. They have to decide, should they bring in more troops, because this is not enough. When they first started the offensive, the Ukrainians actually do not have this much troops in that sense. Because of the mobilization, the Ukrainians actually have more troops than they had at the start of the conflict. And all these troops are getting more and more trained, especially they are being trained properly in UK, although not sure how long they trained. Previously, they were saying that they were only training for 2 weeks. I believe they expanded it to 1 month. So, which 1 month is still is decent, and they actually mix up the troops with troops that are experienced and veteran, and then with the new troops. So the units are more spread out in terms of the standards, and then the older soldiers can actually teach the younger soldiers how to fight. So and we are seeing the results. Ultimately, as I said, the fall of Izyum and Balakliya front is a massive defeat for the Russian military. There is no other ways to put it. There is no cope about this. This is the only reality. So command unit, if it's good, you wouldn't know it's propaganda. No, but the problem is, have you ever, so for the anti-Russian people, or the neutrals, do you really want to side Russia that much? The most of the people who went to side Russia is that they are pissed off with the Ukrainian side. So like I said, I do lean Russia a bit, but that was purely because I got sick of Ukrainian misinformation in the first 2 weeks of the war, because they put out so much nonsense and lies that I can't take it. Because every time you read something, it turned out to be false. Then you read something turned out to be false, and that's very irritating. And then after that, then I learned about the neo-Nazis and everything. So, but the neo-Nazis, all these things don't affect me that much. It's more of the torturing. The SBU is the worst. It's not really the neo-Nazi thing. It's the SBU that is a scary one. So, but ultimately, it's not my war. I'm not from this region. I don't really care. Because if the West support Ukraine, they'll have to inherit all these problems, and they can't solve these problems, then the West will fall, and then life goes on. That's how history is. So, Mr. Beats and Skeet. Now, now understandably hyper-nationalized, militarized Ukraine is more dangerous to Russia than it had simply joined NATO. I don't see how a loss is an option. Do you think an economic war overwinters more soon and escalation? The economic war is already happening. because of the sanctions. So hyper-nationalized and militarized Ukraine is already the case, to be honest. Before the war started, that is already what Ukraine is. The thing is that if they join NATO, it'll be worse, because then you have the regular Western units. Imagine this is a devastated Ukrainian military that we are seeing now, that is formed up with massive number of mobilized recruits, which are they are just civilians months ago. So we are seeing this kind of military with a lot of different kind of weaponry. There's no standardization. They are getting whatever they can, in terms of artillery, tanks, and it's all from all sorts of different countries. So it's not even a proper regular army. And the Russians are already struggling with their limited numbers, of course, against this army. So if it is NATO coming in, especially the Americans, the Russians is not going to win this war at all, unless the Russians go all in. And but Russia in the conventional war can't beat America. That is the reality. They can't. Russia have to use nuclear weapons in order to balance the odds. Ultimately, Russia have a much smaller economy as compared to Europe and US, and the training, the equipments are probably not at the same level. So that's just how it is. VZ say Russia is really good at selling fake economic data to the world, and most journalists believe it. Yeah. So, I do not know. I do not know. I mean, the economic data, in the sense, I think Russia isn't that bad. I think China is very horrible in terms of the economic data, because the numbers are fake from the bottom up because of the way how their politics work, their bureaucracy work. Russia, I'm not so sure, to be honest. I mean, I'm really not so sure if it's really that fake. Not so sure. I stand with Russia. Say, exactly, you are not pro-Russian. You are just pro-reality. It's just most real things that happens are good for pro-Russian views, but not all the time. Yeah. So, like lately, because of the Ukrainian offensive, I got so many comments saying that I'm pro-Ukraine. So I'm pro-Ukraine. So because Ukraine is winning, then when Russia is winning, I'm pro-Russia. But that's all people's imagination. I don't really, sometimes it's very tiring to keep explaining this kind of thing, because it's people's tinted lenses that are, because they have their own biases, and then they see what they want to see. So I'm really, neutral. Like, do I look sad to you, about the Russian defeat? I just feel frustrated for the people who died for this. The Russian soldiers that died for Izyum. Izyum is a really hard city to capture, So many soldiers died for Izyum. And similarly, so many soldiers died for the Northern Front. And the Russians just not hold it. And then the civilians that work with Russians for the good of their community, they're all going to die now. Sue say you are pro-Ukraine, pro-Russia, and pro-peace and pro-coffee. Yeah, in a way. Mark Morris, Russia economy is better than UK. Russia has a budget surplus. I wouldn't say the Russian economy is better than UK. I would say Russian economy is more resilient than UK, because Russia have everything. They have all the resources. They have food. They have the raw materials. They have oil. They don't need imports. So the problem is only export. They can't export, so they can't bring in more wealth, because only through trade that you can gain more wealth. So UK is an import country. So that's the kind of difference. So I wouldn't say, I would just say Russian economy is more resilient. Madam Soindia said, I am pro-Russia until they began losing. He knows this is a total disaster. Now he backs away. Okay, let's go back to the updating. This is going to take 10 hours at this rate of updating. Thank God. Serious territorial losses. We have very small losses. Blah blah blah. All this don't believe so much. Yeah, this is just trying to calm down their fans. Hey, Terrence Phantom, don't spam. I remember, please don't spam. Please, if not, then I will start to limit. I can actually set limits in terms of how many times you can comment per time period. I really don't want to do that because it's very irritating. Because when I go to other live streams, when I try to chat, they do the limit. It's very irritating. So, Terrence Phantom, please. Okay. Get a Nightbot to get rid of the emoticon spammer. Nightbot. What is a Nightbot? No, I can just block people. No. Or NGS with a super chat. What is the proper response for Russia now? Offensive toward Odessa. New offensive in the north. To be honest, the moment they withdraw, right, starting a new front is no longer meaningful, because like I said, they now, because if they cannot hold this position, means that they will not be able to hold incursion into the Luhansk area. So the focus now is to hold the position now, and trying to make up some political or diplomatic excuse to mobilize, do a national mobilization, which means to expand the war. Otherwise, they do not have enough troops to actually deal with the Ukrainians now. This is already a massive suspect already, where the Ukrainians capture all these grounds, and we can give the benefit of the doubt. Okay, maybe it was a mistake by the local commanders, but this is not. This is a massive collapse. So this is a massive collapse. Oh, I forgot to change back the map. No wonder I was so confused. This is a massive collapse. So which is why for the Russians, it is a defeat at this moment for the Russians. So unless they're going to do more to make an excuse to bring in more troops, they are going to continue to lose at this rate. To be honest, like really, they're going to continue to lose. Ukraine is not going to give up. Even if let's say Ukraine lost the entire of Donetsk Oblast, the Ukraine is not going to stop the war. The Ukraine will going to continue to fight back for Donetsk, and this war will never end. So, MW Trolley say, anyway, you seem to be mad. You are wrong. Yeah lah. Who is happy that they are right? Anyway, I have so many predictions wrong. So, but I did predict that Kupiansk will fall within a week, and I'm correct. So I'm happy about that. So yeah, okay. Update the map. Okay, so western part of Kupiansk, enemy eastern formation cannot enter. Bridge damage, you can move along. Not just city, huge junction of railway station, industrial part of Henry located east. Our reserve have been transferred the day before, slow down advance but did not stop. Situation dire. Enemy expectantly begin active operation in the area of Krasny Liman. Thereby, the Kiev regime put pressure on the group in Izyum with the threat of encirclement. So enemy enter Kupiansk direction, reach the Oskil Reservoir. Reach the Oskil Reservoir, and the estuary direction become the most important for our guys in Izyum to have an option for action. War is not about victory. Blah blah blah. That's coping. Okay, then and Ukraine arranged a cemetery for themselves. Okay, so this is, so you can see some, they must be very loud. Okay, so this is the evacuation of civilians. Checkpoint Pisky near Luhashivka, Belgorod region. So this is the civilians are evacuating into Russia. Good choice for those people who have worked with Russia. staying in Ukraine is a bad idea. So yeah, so this live stream, the advantage is that I can show you all these things, because in usual updates I wouldn't have the time and the resources to actually show you the videos. So this, as a live stream, this is actually very slow. I can actually show you. Hey, James West, don't like that lah. Why you unsubscribe? What did I do? Oh my god, I didn't do anything. Why are you unsubscribing? Hate cheerleader just fell down. Oh, crazy said, do you think that Russia will declare war on Ukraine? How many numbers of troops do you think Russia will need in order to defeat Ukraine on the battlefield? Okay, for Russia to win, right, they may have to, you know, they declare war is true. They'll have to bring up the reserve. They have to send in 1 million soldiers. To be honest, 1 million soldiers. Because you have to at least match what the Ukrainians have. The Ukrainians are still continuing doing the mobilization. So, and it's not, and the Ukraine is, if let's say the West, especially USA, continue to provide support in terms of ammunition and rifles and everything, all the resources, military resources, they can fight for a very, very long time. So Russia, to win, they have to go all out. But this will actually trap them also into a Afghanistan situation, because the Soviet Union collapsed. One of the big reasons was the defeat in Afghanistan. They lost so much resources and troops in Afghanistan, and it's just one of those places that they just cannot win. So even though they hold all the cities, they just keep losing troops. And war is extremely expensive. And the advantage Ukraine have is that if the West is willing to really support, because at this moment their support is very half-hearted, if you ask me, the Western support for Ukraine is very half-hearted. Sometimes they support, sometimes they don't. They give a little bit of weapons, sometimes they don't want to. So, but if it's a real committed one, given the economy, the size of the West, Ukraine can fight for a very, very long time. And Russia, using a special military operation mode of operation, they cannot win. Tentatively, they cannot win. Because as we can see, apparently the mobilization works, the new equipment works, and so the reality has changed. So we have to accept that reality, that this is the new reality now, that the Russian military in this special military operation is not coping enough with the situation on the ground now. So because Ukrainian military keep expanding, keep increasing, the size keep increasing, the Russian side is not increasing. The numbers remains more or less the same for a long time. So yeah. Okay, go back to, yeah. So they were asking for people for help to help out to deal with the refugees that's entering Russia. It turns out the people who support Russia first, for a well-known reason, left their home and went into the unknown. Izyum surrendered. I'm silent. Everybody knows everything. So okay, so the Ukrainian forces should have captured Izyum. The problem I having now is from which direction. So I'm trying to figure out from the intel to figure out where the Ukrainian troops entered Izyum from. Then I can map it correctly. So so we continue to look out for information. Raymond May. Russia used to be Soviet Union. They have more than enough weapons to give to 1 million troops. They likely to have the industrial capability to build more weapons as well, especially, you know, rifles. There are reports that the troops are withdrawing from Izyum behind Oskil to avoid and circumvent the events of enemy breakthrough. Current stage, it's not possible to keep logistics to Izyum, so the choice is made in favor to return the troops to avoid the cauldron. Since yesterday, the territory of Kharkiv literally immediately after the end of the fighting. Okay. Oh, the internal affairs police and representative of war crime recording group began their work. Okay, then the main thing is to organize the reception of refugee, people who believe in Russia and are familiar with civilian leaders on the ground. Reports a large influx of them. So you see, people are criticizing the government that if they do not take care of these people that help Russia, it will be a national disgrace. So shoot Shivas, I know. I'm looking for the intel. I don't work on rumors. So without the proper intel, I cannot change the map. Just wait, relax. The stream has just started 1 hour 17 minutes ago. God. We have been chatting so much. I haven't really updated the map much. So a lot is written to the bot. This is what I dear right, but from the beginning we have discussed the situation on the ground. Colleague, what prevents Ministry of Defense shutting the infrastructure, blah 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 blah. So the pro-Russian sources, right, they always criticize Russia military and the leadership for not destroying bridges. They're not bombing Ukrainian bridges, disrupting their supply lines enough, and they are always critical of why Russia is fighting for just one hand. So yeah, I personally also don't understand, because it's a war. But only one side thinks it's a war. So yes, they left Izyum as well as other settlements of the Kharkiv direction. No, blah 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 blah. That's just too much talk. I want intel. So Richard, super chat. Western material help depends on how much NATO wants to disarm itself. Takes long time to build replacement. Yeah. In a way, when they give weapons to Ukraine, it is disarming themselves, and replacement takes years. So as we can see in Poland. So I'm not sure. Even for Germany, where they're now rebuilding their military, it's not going to be a 1 year thing. It's going to take 2-3 years, 4-5 years before they can rebuild their military. So which is why they are rather anxious now. They are panicking and then trying to quickly rebuild. The military industrial complex are the most happy people in the world. I mean, so much money to be earned. Partially confirmed. Oh god. Russian forces have reportedly withdrawn from Liman. That's on 5 o'clock, which is 5 hours ago. The rumors. As for this, no, this is today. MW trolls say Russia are demilitarizing themselves, which is also true. I have warned against this Ukraine war before the war even started, because Defense Politics Nation is not just a YouTube channel. There is actually a website. We publish articles, opinion pieces, news, and I have warned against the Ukraine war, and Putin knows that it's a trap. You see, he knows that Ukraine war is a trap, which is why he's very insistent of making this just a special military operation using only limited amount of troops, because they don't want this to become Afghanistan. But the situation now is making it to a point where he have to make a decision, because if they do not put in more troops, then they're going to have a catastrophic military defeat. And I'm not sure how Russia is going to recover from this. should they not succeed in this military operation. So in terms of Ukraine, the economy is already smashed. So then they have so much debt. So this war is already a lose-lose situation for Ukraine. So the best thing they can do is to recoup as much land as possible, because there is a lot of natural resources on the eastern side, and that will probably help a lot in terms of repayment of all this debt they accumulated due to the war. So the Iman battle continues. In Iman battle continues, Leopard have beaten and are fighting handsome. What the hell is that? The translation is weird. Enemy has abandoned for now. So what is the 12 o'clock? What's the Ukraine time now? I think in Ukraine the time now is in the evening, 7 p.m. So at 12 o'clock, the Russians were ordered to withdraw from position in Izyum and nearby settlements. So how do they withdraw? How do they do this? So the troops all move through Oskil, withdraw through Oskil backwards, and then there's an invasion from that side. Okay. There's no confirmation of actual advance north of Kupiansk. Okay, let me see. Because okay. So I tell you what. I will have to create a new map. Because the changes will be very drastic. So I need to make sure that is on the north, on the new map. I thought I just did it. So MW Troll say that if Russia gets away with this, then it will allow PRC aggression to as well. Actually, not true. So when the war started, I'm actually pro-Ukraine, because I didn't want Russia to have a quick victory. But it's not up to me, so I just simply report. But I hope that Russia did not have a quick victory, because it will embolden China to go for Taiwan. But the thing that you see, after this almost 200 days of developments of this war, I think it frightens China to actually go to war in Taiwan, because they realize that the kind of economic sanctions that the West can throw at Russia, while Russia somewhat survives, China can't survive this kind of sanction, because China is not Russia. China do not have the kind of natural resources that they can self-survive. They are not self-sufficient. They do not have oil, or they do not have enough oil. They do not have enough natural resources in like coal. They don't have enough coal. They do not have enough metals. They do not have enough food. So they only have enough food in terms of rice, but they do not have food for the poultry or the pigs. That means they do not have the feed, animal feed. They have to import wheat from overseas. So China have no choice but to import. So they need to import a lot of things. Then they need to export their goods in order to bring in the US dollars, in order for them to pay their debts and all sorts of things to bring. So the China's economy is a lot more fragile than the Russian one, to be honest. The Russian one, yes, they already got hit in 2014 due to the annexation of Crimea, but the ultimately Russia is still a superpower because they can self-survive. Just like United States. United States can totally don't trade and they can self-survive. Just like Russia can, but China cannot. If China cannot trade, people go hungry, then they will have a civil war. Russia will never have a situation where people go hungry because they themselves have a lot of food. So this is the difference between Russia and China. So while China seems very powerful, very rich now, they are only so because of trade. So China cannot sustain a kind of the kind of economic sanctions that apply on Russia, which is why because of how the war has gone, how the Western support of Ukraine causing even Russia to struggle to hold up to people's imagination of what they are. China will be very mindful. Not to mention, China have not really participated in a real conflict for a very long time. They themselves also not so sure what will happen in a real conflict situation, and China is a country that the face is very important. That means their reputation, their ego is very fragile. So any sort of defeat will crush the Chinese propaganda, and that will actually cause massive destability within China. So it's a kind of a different world. It's a different country. So what happened is that I'm creating a new day one because actually for 9th of September, most of the things I already covered. So I need to put a tent because I got to pull back the border significantly, so I cannot mix the 2 days. So by right, there's a massive withdrawal all the way to this area here, but I need to make sure that it's correct because sometimes it can be wrong. The guys from the 255 Regiment holding the line in Alexandrivka, Kherson region read with bewilderment that they, it turns out, surrendered. So is that no, so they did not surrender at Alexandrivka in Kherson. This is the Alexandrivka in Kharkiv region. So it's the wrong, it's not the same Alexandrivka. Okay, got it. Newt, I don't know how to pronounce this. Nite Fields, thank you for your hard work and great humor. Thank you so much. I don't think I'm very humorous nowadays. Yeah, I just don't think I'm very humorous nowadays. It used to be a lot more fun in the maps. Nowadays the maps are not so fun. So sometimes there's no inspiration for some stupid lame jokes. Upians, Izyum. I note the new friends that I've acquired in a month or half in Izyum, the real representative of glorious Russian army. There's the last paragraph of the snack. We are living here for a long time. I could not approach this post. Hospitality is a new certain rules for dissemination of information. I could not find answers to the question that a subscriber asked, which I set for myself. The photos of the flags appear where we were a few days ago. It becomes pointless to deny the obvious. We are leaving Kiev. We draw units by the ribbon. I'm not a politician general. I don't have the whole picture. I don't know why the decision is made. I'm a reporter in a warring country. A month and a half, I was with the army. I'm proud that I'm honored to cover the heroics. Near Mariupol, then near Kiev. I was in Kostomo, shook hands with real Russian heroes. No one can take away from them. We want to depreciate. So he was talking about his experience in Kiev. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, a lot of condolences in today's information. It's not intel, it's just all condolences and coping mechanisms. Oh, my nose, stop bullying me. NGS super chat say, if you are a Russian general or Putin, what would you do now? Choices and pro and cons. Before the collapse, I would have launched an offensive towards Kiev, but now I would probably still launch an offensive towards Kiev. The how to put it? Okay, for Putin, right, there is no victory in this bubble of special military operation. It's not possible already. The Ukrainian troops have mobilized to a point where they are a bit too big to hold up with whatever forces the Russians have in Ukraine. And it looks like unless Russia go for massive mobilization and go to war, it is not possible to defeat this current Ukrainian military based on what they have. With that 200,000 troops, they can't hold. This is a very huge front line, you know, the massive front line. So for example, in a very vague way of it's like 1,000 kilometers front line. So with 200,000 troops, 1,000 kilometers, you're talking about like 200 troops per kilometer. That is too spread out, way too spread out. That's why the Russians are depending on choke points. But you see, if they break through Oskil, this is one huge expanse of territory which the Russians cannot hold. If the Ukrainians do a massive push through Zaporizhia, there's another massive area that the Russians cannot hold. There is no other choices other than for Russia to actually, you know, do a massive mobilization and go to actual war. In another way is they can just cripple the entire leadership of the Ukraine. They just bomb the leadership, take out the entire leadership, and then Ukraine will go into chaos. And with that chaos means uncertainty on the Ukrainian side, and then the Ukrainian military actions will not be so coordinated. Then there will be a lot more weak points where the Russian forces can exploit. So that means Zelensky must die. But you see, can Putin accept all this damage or not? In terms of his reputation, in terms of his geopolitical interests, you know, it's very hard to tell. Russia have the ability to, you know, quickly end this war if they want to. Deploying nuclear weapons is the fastest, but they have their own nuclear policies. If they do that, then nuclear proliferation will happen. No, there's so much considerations. So, in terms of, no, it's a situation like if you play computer games, you will know that with a very limited number of troops, telling you to win against a military an enemy 3 times your size or 5 times your size, it's nearly impossible sometimes. No, sometimes it's just impossible. Russia does not want an Iraq scenario. Command unit super chat say Russia do not want an Iraq scenario. Yeah, you. The thing is, to end the war, you need to capture most, if not all, of Ukraine to really end the war, and to really, you know, control the area. You have to be brutal. That's what China did. That's what Soviet Union used to be. That's what Nazi Germany used to be, and that's what the Mongols and whatever. The every conquest in history, the people that are conquered are always subjugated. That's the only way that they can actually control the ground. If you play computer games, you will know. If you kill enough people, the people will become obedient. That's how it works. But if you try to be nice, you try to be politically correct, then it's very hard, because you will have a lot of all these sleeping agents within the population, where they will cause havoc. People will start to rebel, they start to protest. You know, just like what happened early in the war in Kherson. People came out to protest, right? Then the Russian forces that were guarding the city just opened fire into the sky. And then I think they also opened fire and shot one old guy in the leg or something like that. So since then, there was no more protests. No more. Zero pro-Ukrainian protests. This is just one small example. This is a reality. This is not about brutality or whatever. This is just reality of war. All conflicts attempt to be like this. It's really unfortunate that that's the case. And but however, should Russia resort to that, then they will become less civilized, as per what they really want the world to understand them as. They want Russia to be very enlightened, very civilized country, very very beautiful country, beautiful people. So if they do that, they do a very brutal conquest in Ukraine, then they can capture Ukraine, they can win the military war. The West will freak out, but their status will be collapsed for good. Yeah, command unit is right. He said Russia wants Ukraine to surrender, not destroy. But as far as we can tell, you can see Ukraine will never surrender, especially not after they already captured back so much territory. So the morale boost, especially the recapture of Izyum and Balakliya fronts, this is just massive boost to their morale. There is no other ways to put it. Let me read all these things. As the key defect lies not in the acquisitions, blah blah blah. This is a lot of terror. You see, these are all coping. You see, they are just coping. They're just trying to understand. They're trying to trying to process this defeat. Talking about history, these are all not intel. You see, this is not all intel. It's funny why my nose is always so itchy. Oh, maybe because when I talk, right, my nose is vibrating, so I was itchy. Yeah, maybe that's the reason. Yes. So is it hard for me that I see they're all just copying? These are not intel. Belgorod. So this is some of the. Hopefully it's not so loud. Yeah. So this is the refugees in Russia now, in Belgorod region. They cross over to the Russian side. They brought their dogs along as well. So these are, I think, volunteers from the Russian side. They are offering free food, and water to the refugees. So this is the situation on the ground now. So this guy, the thesis is that they are not fighting against Ukraine, they're fighting against the collective West. Confirmation that Yambil is still under Russian control. Okay. Oh my god, these are all not intel. Today, there's not much intel. It's just a lot of theories. Command unit sent another super chat. Thank you so much. There's a lot of super chat. Russia is still winning on the economic front. We don't know how wasteful this counteroffensive has been. Russian forces suffered minimally. It is true that I think the Russians did not lose a lot of troops, which is why they withdraw. You see, they withdraw to avoid encirclement, to avoid losing many troops, because they have very limited troops in this special military operation. The real war right now is not on the ground now. The real war is in the economic front. Can Europe survive their own political upheaval that comes with the energy crisis? Russia is now at a point where they are already cutting off all gas supply to the West. They had enough, and the West is already having insane energy price hike. I believe some of you guys are in Europe. You guys will know better than me. So the real war now is in the political and geopolitical front. And why Ukraine has to do this offensive now? Because winter is coming. So Ukraine must have a massive victory in order to force the West to keep to their commitment to Ukraine. Because if Ukraine until winter do not have a massive victory, then the European countries will give up their support. They cannot convince their population that they must support Ukraine. So with this victory, this is a massive victory. Now Ukraine can demand of the West to provide even more weapons, even more ammunition, and the West will now have an excuse to tell their population to say, you see, because of our help, Ukraine is winning. So we must continue to help. The victory is not far away. We must all hold on together, and that's what the Europe will be doing. And I think, to be honest, it's working. But you guys will be the ones suffering from the high energy price, though. Foreign mercenary taking parts. When did they have so much foreign mercenaries? So I just want to highlight, lately, right, the past maybe 1-2 weeks, suddenly there's a huge amount of foreign mercenaries that is it seems like, it's a lot more than what I understood to be across all the entire front lines. So there might be a possibility that NATO troops are involved. Possibility, I'm not so sure. Possibility. These are not the mercenaries. Maybe they are not the mercenaries, because I don't remember having this many mercenaries around. Because many of them already died, many of them gave up, and because many of them are not trained. So a good half of the mercenaries are actually not that good. They are just there for fun, to avoid whatever things they did in their own country. Some are just here for the glamour, for the adventure. But you see, in these operations, there is so many foreign mercenaries, especially in this Balakliya offensive. So there is good reasons to believe that we might actually have seen some NATO troops, or at least special force troops from Western countries participating. Maybe, not so sure. But it's something to think about, because the number of foreign mercenaries is a bit too high for what I think is normal. Not to mention they are the one that is in the vanguard. They are actually the one that's rushing at the front. So let's see. Booms asks, if NATO is involved, will Russia declare war? I'm not sure, really. There is so much bombardment on Belgorod, drone strikes, and Russia did nothing. So I'm not sure at what point would Putin feel that it's the time to respond. So Putin is extremely patient or tolerant. Like, Turkey shot down a Russian plane over Syria, and they did not punish Turkey at all. So I do not know. I do not know how much it will take before the Russian side, Putin, will actually do anything. So let's take a look at this. They cross the river. Crossing the river sounds like this is actually at the Liman front. So this is Balakliya, they said. Oh no, oh no, there's music, shit. The music is gonna get this entire video demonetized. Shit. Ah, no. Okay, never mind, forget it. What is this TikTok content? It's a TikTok universe now, so Ryba is now talking to the Ministry of Defense and the Information and Mass Communication personnel. We know you are reading us. The gray zone. Oh, let's subscribe. I don't have this. Military informant. I have this. Elder Ada. I have. Turn in the War. I have this. Yaroslav. Let's subscribe. In your opinions are traitors, political fake, blah 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 blah. You see, the Ryba said that, right? All these independent channels are likely to be on a blacklist by the Russian government because this is not party like. Which is why, right, no one knows who is exactly behind Ryba. Just for example. So just to let you guys know, which is why Ryba is a credible source, because they are not really a Russian government source. Well, they are risking their life in a way to do all these things. So basically, I just read. We know you're reading us. We and other many channels speak critically in the cause of the special military operation, which in your opinions are traitors and accomplices of the Kiev regime. So we know we are all on your blacklist, and as uncomfortable as, and because we are as comfortable as possible for you, because it's not the party line. We understand and accept this. This is normal for off-system critics to turn a blind eye and pretend that they don't exist. But let's be clear, this is not the moment that you can be silent and not say anything. It's not the moment you can arrange an information vacuum and work by some hybrid means to bring information to the population of those and trickle. We ask you, please take the information situation of front into your own hands. Do not act in the principle of ban and say nothing. This is detrimental to the cause. So they criticize the Russian government. Yazid say the enemy is my nose. Yes, the enemy is in my nose. So irritating. I don't know why is it so itchy. You see, the nose is red already. It wasn't like this when I started the stream. It just happens. With blah 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 blah. So this is Ryba's latest mapping. This Izyum, they retreated through Oskil into the other side, and where is this? This is Liman. This is Kamanka. They crossed the river over here. This is Seat. What is that place? I can't read the Russian word. Fuck. Okay. Kamanka, Kamyanka, Studenok, Alexandrivka. Oh, this is Studenok. Okay, this is Studenok. So you got a whole line Studenok. Okay. Studenok, Bohoro, Dashne. So they're giving up Dolina as well. Okay. Okay. Let's see if this turned out to be true. Yeah. Kinijizara. Yeah, I have actually. It's not sensitive skin, but I have sensitive nose. I just have a sensitive nose. Okay, so there are battles near Liman artillery. Okay, I need to delete away all the gray ones first. This is all outdated for the 10th. Yeah, my entire workflow is messed up because I'm doing this now. Okay, I shouldn't do this first, later. So I think I will ignore the shelling for these 2 days first, because too many things is happening. I don't have time to add in all this shelling. Because all these Shaolin temples are very time wasting. So I delete them first. I will not add them until maybe a few more days where the front lines are more stable. Okay. Sorry, yeah. Any more explosions around that I do not see? This one here. This one here. This one is over. So this is the process nowadays. Every time I start a new map for the day, I will delete all the gray ones, the gray information, which is old information, and then I will actually then change all the colored version into gray. To open the window, it's so hot. Oh, super chat from Tim Doran. If this invasion fails following the failure in Afghanistan and Iraq, will this discourage world powers from invading small countries in the future? Actually, I think so, you know. No, it will actually just make war becoming even more difficult decision to be made. I think population today, right? I think global population today is so huge that going to war is so difficult. Sorry, so itchy. I not last time, right? Even you talking about just 100 years ago, population numbers is not that huge. If you go back maybe 200 years ago versus what happened in World War One, the numbers of forces, right, fighting in World War One is unimaginable. World War One is fought in the millions, A single war, a single attack is 1 million soldiers. A single offensive is 1 million soldiers rushing one front. That is unimaginable. And 200 years, 300 years ago, a military size of maybe a few 100,000 is massive. It's a massive military. Today, Ukraine is, after massive mobilization, with I'm estimating maybe around 700,000 troops in total. And this is still not at the level of a total war situation. For example, as compared to World War One or World War Two. In World War Two, we are talking about a few million soldiers on each side. Right? Germany, I think they have like 20-30 million soldiers. I think across the war. I'm not sure. I forgot the numbers already. It's been some time I read about World War II. So And today's population is even higher than it was in the past, even higher. So in a real World War situation in today's age, we are talking about a army size of 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, which is why, you know, Russia, imagine Russia's regular army, standing army is around 1 million. That's just the standing army. If you pull up the reserve, easily they have to go up to 30 million, 10 million at least. So as a result, and you're not even talking about Asia. In Asia, we are so militarized. Every single Asian country is very militarized. We are more militarized than European countries. So when we go to war in modern day, the kind of troop numbers, you know, the kind of, even the civilians that you need to subjugate is just too many. It's ridiculous. So war is very, very hard in the modern day. As you can see in this Ukraine war, it seems really, really hard. Really, really hard. So I really think it's not so easy for, you know, countries to decide just to go to war. It's not so simple anymore because population sizes is just too big. So it's just too expensive, even to capture a city, and then you have to feed that city. Plus, the political correct thing to do is not to kill civilians. In the medieval past, you conquer a city, you will kill off all the men. You just kill off all the men. They leave only the women and children. Then that's what they do in the ancient past. So that keeps the population down. That reduces the number of mouths they need to feed. That makes more sense. But in today's age, no one can accept that because most of us are in democracies, and no one can accept this kind of propaganda. Oh, Ukraine operational information just been published. Yeah, I'll go to that. I'm trying to see what Ryba write first. Okay, so hope that answers the question, team. There's no more details of positions, blah 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 blah. So there is an information vacuum at this moment. As of 5 o'clock, against the backdrop of the withdrawal, Ukrainian troops unhindered reached Bolok. Okay. So the Ukrainian forces have reached this area, Veliki Bolok. The Ukrainian forces have reached Veliki Bolok. This is actually all the way up here. So the Russian withdrawal is massive, is rather complete. So now the question is, where's the front line? So let's wait. Let me read further. Kontomli, this is they over here. They reach Kontomlia. And one quietly wandered order the other side early summer, blah blah, clear. Izyum. Okay, so I'm gonna do. So let me see. I wanna add this one first. So Ukrainian forces captured Kontimlia. And most likely they actually go up this road over here. So I can expand this front line. Yeah. So so this information, like, they reach unhindered to Veliki Bolok. Ukrainian forces reach the Bolok. But this is not a capture, this is just a reach, so we're not sure if this is what is the situation yet. So let's use this icon. So, but we can be assured that means there is actually no Russian forces around this region here. So we will clear out the entire Russian lines when we have confirmation that where the new front line is as well. So no, should be like this. No, let's do this. Okay, so this is confirmed. The Izyum one, give me a while. I will do the Izyum one in a while. This is great. I need to finish the great one first. Oh, delete this. No more fire control. This battle is over. This is gone. This is gone. This is no more. This is great. This is great. This is great. 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 All these are all old information. Things are happening so fast. The collapse is so fast. Even things from the knife is considered old. So it's just a reality. So we're gonna units of the 60 keep defense. The situation remains questionable, but at the moment, the northern entrance city there's already enemy units. So the Ukrainian forces come from the north. So Izyum is attacked from the north. Okay, so which means this as per 5 o'clock, even though there's a withdrawal, there is still Russian troops in Izyum. So the map is, so the Ukrainian forces in the north. So how do I put this? Okay, so so the attack come from the north. So how is this? How do they come from? Where do they come from? From here, southwards. Okay. Then the Ukrainian forces is in the north. Okay, wait, there was a Kharkiv information. Ukrainian forces at northern entrance to Izyum. So it will be overlap because at the moment, right, there's not enough intel to suggest where are the Russian forces. So which is why I'm not going to follow like this. As you can see, it's also they haven't really withdrawn the entire front line all the way back because they're also not so sure. So there's a local probe at Lipsy. Let's move for the Lipsy. Lipsy. I forgot where's Lipsy. Lipsy. Oh, Lipsy. Spell wrong. So the Ukrainians might be actually trying to find out if the Russian lines also withdrew from this area, which is why there's some probes happening. So let's which might also with the probing at Lipsy might also suggest that Veliki Prokhody and Bostrova might actually really be under Ukrainian control. So who is Ken Barbie? Who are you talking to? Who is hired? Native Fields super chat. Ukraine now taking Lysychansk and Severodonetsk. Hey, to be honest, no, don't be surprised by that. Because a breakthrough, I did mention in I don't know which one that if there is a breakthrough across the Russian lines here, there is actually no Russian troops behind here. So one breakthrough means that the Ukrainians will go on to capture Lysychansk. So don't be surprised by that possibility. It is possible. So the tentacles, this is looking like an octopus now. It's looking like an octopus, so many tentacles. So yep. Okay, this information is the Ukrainian forces are officially captured Kupiansk. Let me refresh the page just to make sure that the information are captured. Ken Barbie say if Russia fully mobilized, will the inexperienced troops actually make a difference? Of course. Ukrainian troops are mostly inexperienced now. So it's just another person with a gun. It helps. Definitely helps. So that's just critical of the Russians. The Russian armed forces launched a counteroffensive on the northern bank of the Inhulets River east of Nihurivka. From Sometimes. Wait. East of Snihurivka. From Kalininsky. Bobrovsk. Bobrov. Oh, east. Okay, on the east. Sorry, I was looking at the west. To the east of Snihurivka from Kalininsky. So, what is this? Launch a counter-offensive on the northern bank. Okay, so it's like this. I don't think this will go anywhere though. Despite this offensive so-called. Onion, ginger, tomato. Onion, ginger, tomato said NATO chief Stoltenberg said that 80% of the Russian forces has been committed to Ukraine. 80, but I don't think so, man. 80%. How do it be 80%? 80% of, I don't think it's 80%. I don't think that makes sense. How could it be the 80%? Unless we are talking about the Russian military is actually very small and they actually don't have this many troops, and it's just a fake number that they have almost 1 million troops. So 80%, 80% is a lot. I don't think it's 80%. But thank you for the super chat, onion, ginger, tomato. Unless they say 80% of the free troops, the troops that they are not doing anything. Now that is possible. That means the spare troops that they have, 80% is committed into Ukraine. I think that is possible. So I don't know what's this. Svatove. Where's Svatove? I can't forget already. Luhansk. No one is giving up. That's far away, man. Okay, that's all from okay, let's go back to the Ministry of Defense of Russia. You see, they continue to show off their equipments that is meaningless. So let's see the original, this one. Nothing I can use. They're all bombardments. So let's go to the Ukraine Special Communication Services. 10th. So Zelensky said, our army, intelligence and security service of Ukraine continue active action in several operational areas. Successfully continue. To date, armed forces of Ukraine have liberated and taken control of more than 30 settlements in Kharkiv region. In some villages in the region, measures are underway to check and secure the territory. We are gradually taking control of new settlements everywhere. We are returning Ukrainian flag and protection for all our people. Do not forget about the other directions. Tough fighting continues both in the Donbas and the south of our countries. I ask Ukrainians from the liberated territories, please inform the representative of our forces of any information you know of the crimes of occupiers on Ukrainian soil. So this is a Zelensky statement. Zelensky statement on the current situation in Kharkiv. It must be a very happy time now. So for Ukrainians. So this one I need to go back to because this is a bit harder to read. Slava Ukraini. Okay. Because okay, so these are missile strikes, not important. I'm not going to enter missile strikes for these few days until the front line is cleared out. Airstrikes, shelling, Kharkiv. Okay. Shelling. Okay. So defense forces, they've repelled enemy attacks in the area of Zaiseve. So let's go on to here. Let's clear out all this information first. Okay, so in the area of Zaiseve, oh, sorry, this one is this one. Zaiseve. Oh, this is actually 9 information. This is actually a ninth information. It's okay. Later we can combine the two. Vesela Dolena. Vesela Dolena. No, this 9, not 10. 9. And Soledad Bakhmut. Soledad. Alright, this is on the morning of the 10th, correct. And Performance is here. In recent days, more than 1,000 square kilometers, blah blah blah, wedged themselves in the enemy depth to 50 kilometers, blah 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 blah. So Ukrainian Air Force carry out 33 strikes. So there is still Ukrainian Air Force around. Air Defense Unit destroyed 2 UAVs. Missile strikes. Liberated area demining is underway. Oh, so that's all. If you don't do the shelling, it's pretty much quite fast. So let's move on. And that's all. So I thought someone just said there is a new report coming out from the Ukrainian Defense Ministry. Didn't see it. So let's read this part. That's 10 September. No, that's all. Oh, so there's nothing here also. Okay, go to Levi. Today is my birthday. Oh, happy birthday, man. Levi. Happy birthday to Levi. So but he's pro-Russian, so must be a terrible birthday present. Is this the end? No. Is dooming okay? Yes, completely fine for only for 1 day. Go back to barbecue. Bye bye. Okay. War Gonzo. 3,000 to 500 troops. So okay, so we have this information that around 3,000 to 5,000 troops is at Liman on the Ukrainian side. So let's put it here. Ukrainian Liman offensive strength estimated at 3,000 to 5,000. Right? Yes. Okay, so that's 3 to 5,000 troops from heading to in the Liman offensive. So the crispy lemon, as I like to call it, crispy lemon. So looks like the my plan to one day go to Liman and take out a crispy lemon to take a photo is going to be quite bad, because I don't think I have a chance to do that anymore. I'm scared of going to Ukraine. So the NGS put a super chat. What are your prediction for the next few weeks? Oh, continual collapse of the Russian forces. So we don't say next few weeks. Next few weeks sounds like a lot, but I believe the Ukrainians will recapture the entire area here within the next few days. Barring some of the, like, there will be some buffer zone like what happened here, I believe. Then the Ukrainian forces will capture most of all this area of most of Kharkiv region, the entire of Izyum region. They will capture Liman. They'll start to threaten Luhansk. So if you talk about a few weeks, then I think that from the south, the Ukrainian troops will actually penetrate towards Vetove. They will actually go towards into Luhansk north of Luhansk, and then there will be a Ukrainian offensive developing in the Sivers front, heading towards Lysychansk and Severodonetsk. This is what I think will happen, because there is, despite the Russians are holding this line, I don't think they have a very strong fortified entrenched position around here. So I think the Ukrainians will actually push towards Lysychansk and Severodonetsk, and there's a good chance that they will capture it. The reason being because the Russians are unwilling to go into urban warfare unnecessarily. They don't want to defend in that way. So if you are not going to defend and sacrifice troops to defend an urban area, then what you get is like what happened in Izyum, where Ukrainian forces just capture it. Similarly, like Balakliya, they just capture it. No, there's not much resistance. So and then the problem is also that the Donbass, Luhansk and Donetsk People's Republic forces, many of them are being deployed into the southern front and in the Kharkiv front. They are not fighting in their own home. So there will be some kind of instability within the ranks of the Russian side, where the people fighting in the southern front here, the people who are from Luhansk or from Donetsk, they will demand to return to their region to fight for their own land. So this will cause more manpower problem for the Russian side, and I think the Russian side will have no choice but to deploy more troops from the Russian military if they want to keep up this. And if they can't, then we will see a collapse of the southern front as well. So far they are holding up because there is a lot of troops, the Russian troops, they are being reinforced over here. Many of them are from the Donbass and Luhansk area, the militias from there. They are the people who are holding the entrenched positions. And if these people want to go home, then it will be replaced by Russian troops. Russian troops are probably not so interested in getting bombarded unnecessarily. So it looks like a catastrophe from as far as I can tell. So the next few weeks, we're going to see a massive Ukrainian victory across the front line until the Russian leadership get their act together and decide decisively what are they going to do now. So this is how I think will be happening. So so let's carry on the updating of the map. This is 10, 10, 9, 9. This is the 9 information. This is 9th information. 10, 10. So let's scroll through. Let's see. No, I'll be a bit quiet because I'm reading. So sorry for being quiet. So War Gonzo journalist is actually in the center of Izyum. On the knife. There is a fighting in the vicinity and permanent curfew has been in effect on the 3rd day. So War Gonzo is in Izyum, and it shows that there are still Russian forces in Izyum. How volunteers broke through the blockade, got from Krasny Liman to Izyum together with the guys from the party. Blah blah blah. Petals in Izyum. Cluster munition petals are scattered around the city. It is because of this there's a curfew. So there's a curfew for the civilians in Izyum because of the petal. The War Gonzo team got blew up on the petal. So the petal is that green leaf shaped design mine, very small explosive. So I don't think I want to click on the videos because I'm worried about the music. Don't want to get a YouTube strike for that. Ukrainian forces transport equipment to Krasny Liman, Crispy Lemon, and enemy cross at old caravan. The situation is heating up. So they are storming the outskirts of Liman. Have I updated this? So let's forces fighting reported on the outskirts of Liman. So sorry, wrong color. Probably there is still no indication that they have captured the Brovado. So there is a super chat from Netfield. Donetsk airport taken. Donetsk city probably soon. Donetsk airport taken by the Ukrainian forces. I will actually we will get to there. I will go through all the sources one by one, which is why I'm doing this stream so that you get the latest information that as I get. So I don't have to do all the short ones because later all the information will be end up delayed. So, but after the end of the stream, I will still do the summary and I'll still upload the summary. So oh, I feel so hot. Oops. We admit that it's not possible to contain the enemy occupiers together with the reserve withdrawn units occupy the eastern flank. I appeal to the blah 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 blah. We have seen all these things. Blah blah. NGS said, Putin said a few weeks ago, we have not even started yet. Will he follow up? Yeah, actually he was so confident, right? When he said that we have not even started, they are asking the NATO forces to come, try. And then yeah, they tried, and then they won Izyum. So Putin must be feeling very gutted now, unless he have this massive 5D chess, 6D chess move that we are not seeing. So I'm not sure. Whether he will follow up with this or something, or will he just give up and just throw a few nuclear bombs and wipe out everyone? I don't know. I don't think he will. Netfield say another super chat. Just keeping you company while you work, brother. Thank you so much. Thank you. 900 of you guys are accompanying me. Yeah, as we continue to see what is developing. It's getting late in Ukraine. It's 8:36. So what will happen is that around 11ish in Ukraine time, so in around 2-3 hours, there will be a deluge of information coming out of Ukraine. So because it's nighttime, so all the latest information it will be transmitted to sources like Raiba and all these things. Then we'll start to get a lot of information. So I have to update whatever we have now before that massive amount of information start dropping on us of the developments over the entire 10th of September. So blah 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 blah. So they write that the Russian forces left Liman, but that's not entirely true. So that is partially true. It's not entirely true, it's partially true. We know for sure that at least in this moment, Liman against neo-Nazi bars from the detachment of Kuban is being cut. Our guys lost 4 people. One of the dead is a hero of a recent report, called name call sign Odin. Several positions are completely dismantled by the enemy using M777. Others are tried to be attacked by infantry. Basa is fighting bravely, but resources are by themselves not unlimited. I don't know if anyone is rushing to their aid, but our fighters are still firing on the defensive line. Okay, this look actually very, very bad. If this is what they say, that means that the Russian lines are very thin, and it looks like they will not be able to hold Liman's defensive line much longer. So this line is going to collapse. So it's held by Luhansk People's Republic, the Russian Guards, National Guards. Bars, I'm not so sure who is Bars, unless if you guys know, you can actually drop in the comments to let me know who is Bars. So reports from the scene by Kirill, the city is still under Russian control, but I don't think it will be long. It's going to be bad. Okay, the village itself is deserted and quiet. Some people evacuated, some hide in the basement. The dogs are outside, and the Air Force is still working. Reinforcements are coming. So that is the latest information now in Crispy Liman. Oh, so Lomiko Dio said my website is broken. So what happens is that the website is overloaded. It's not broken. Give me a while. Let me check. I need to go to my server to yeah, it's down. The website is down. Give me a while. Let me. So Defense Politics Asia website currently, if you go, it looks like this. It's because it's overloaded by traffic. So I can do something to recover it. And give me a while. Yeah, because a lot of people is not accessing the website, and it overloads the website. The website cannot take this much traffic. Okay, so let me show you. The website is back now. Ta-da! The website is back. Yeah, I have to do this like a reset kind of thing. There's a counter So within my server, there's some kind of counting, and then I have to reset the counter because there's the limit of the server package that I bought. And I already upgraded once because you guys have broke my website with so much traffic. I already upgraded once, but it's apparently still not enough. The numbers is still super high. Let me go to the Google Analytics and take a look how many people are there on my website now. So let me see, Defense Politics Asia. So there's 13 people on the website now, including myself. So this is the DPA website. We are seeing much higher volume of people. 4,000 over people are coming to the DPA website. So that's why the website is pretty. You can see the increase, 13,000 page views. So the website is struggling to keep up with the situation now. So last 5 minutes there's 32 people. So I think, you see at this point, right? After this point, around 10 minutes ago, the website went down because the traffic is too high. So the numbers is still increasing. We can also see where they're from. Many of you are got from 5 of them USA, 6 of you German. Yeah. So yeah, I have some analytics to tell what is happening. So I will keep the server one to make sure that the website don't go down so easily. Why are you speaking Chinese? 您好，你怎么样？很好。你们好。Saya bisa cakap bahasa juga. Kalau kamu dari Indonesia atau Malaysia, selamat malam. Sudah pukul 1:42. Ya, 42. Sudah lambat. Kamu harus pergi tidur. 你用汉体字对吗？简体字。So never mind. So Baxterland drop super chat. They say city center in Moscow block off. Talk about military coup. Thoughts? Really? Huh. That's interesting. Let's take a look. Twitter. This is when you want to look at Twitter because Twitter have all the rumors. I don't think so. Moscow Day event tomorrow. So there's Moscow Day event. So what is Moscow Day? So there is some blocking off. Moscow City Day. So there's Moscow City Day on official event. Honor the city's founding. Yeah, so not something very serious. Baxterland. This at least who knows, Putin may use this as an excuse in the announcement to declare war. Who knows? So okay, that's all from War Gonzo. Let's go on to this is the DPR Donetsk People's Republic's official Telegram channel. So they actually report on all the shelling reports. Usually it's not very important because usually don't have anything significant. Then they actually they constantly records all the bombardments. You can see the shelling hit the city area where there is actually no troops. But who knows how accurate is all these things. But they seem to be very genuine for most cases. So not much. But usually it's all shelling reports. It's not very meaningful for most cases. This is the People's Militia of the Luhansk People's Republic official Telegram channel. And similarly, they talk a lot about shelling reports and not much things to see here. So we have update. We are in the latest there. Fisherman, which is Riber. Actual situation is on our group, but I can't understand Russian. He's going to speak in Russian. So let's go to Dogareva. This is one of the newest channel that I've updated. I think this photo is taken. I'm not sure it's from where. Later I'll check. The city has been abandoned. Veterans were taken to the LPR. There's no losses. Leopards also come out. Blah 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 blah. Blah blah blah. Crispy lemon. A block. Wait, when is this? 10th of September. 10:41. So this just like 3 hours ago. Just 3 hours ago. Just before I started the stream. So DPA lost some Russian supporters. It can't be helped, right? I'm not the one who's managing the war. I'm just reporting on the war. If they unsubscribe purely because Russia is losing, then something is wrong. Fluffy Warrior said the wife is from Ukraine. Ukrainian girls are quite pretty, some of them. Section of Uda, Rubizne, moment impossible to say, mostly advanced unit near Kharkiv will remain with us. Blah blah blah. So super chat from Kaliman Peter. Greetings from Hungary. Thanks for your service. Thank you so much for the super chat. Yeah, as long as people are interested, people continue to watch, then I will continue to cover as much as I can. There is a need of a balance in terms of viewership. There must be some revenue. If not, it's very hard to cover because it takes really a lot of time to cover the war. So for example, like viewership on other front or the other wars are not so high, so it's very hard to cover those wars because the time needed. But we shall see. Ukraine war won't go on forever, so we shall see how it goes after this. I already plan to cover other things, which sometimes I do cover. So let's see how it goes moving forward. So blah 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 blah. Boris Rosen announced the capture of Balakliya. On a statement, enemy after fighting, blah blah blah. Begin to withdraw to Oscar at night. Not Izyum south and west is not clear. Kopian and Shenko Kovo. Through to the north, groups of DRG and light infantry advancing towards Veliki Bolok. Taking advantage of the lack of continuous front line. Evacuation underway in Vushchansk. So there is evacuation underway in Vushchansk. Vushchansk is here. So this northern previously Ukrainian city, they are now conducting evacuation. So things are quite bad. So let's put this information. Evacuation allegedly ongoing in Volchansk. This icon. What happened in the chat? So Svatovo under full control LPR, no one approach it. There was not much panic during the day. Krasny, Liman and Yampil. By the evening, there's help by our troops repulse every enemy attack. That means there's fighting actually at Yampil. So let's update that. So the one at Yampil is actually coming from Ozone because they crossed it over here. Yeah. So this is how I get all the information. It's actually one small line out of a lot of information, and then I plot it into the map. And as such, it takes a long time to read all this information. That's why I don't read every single channel, because sometimes they just keep sharing the same thing. So it's important to just to note what is important. All the other information I read. Like for example, I read all these things. I know. Like for example, the enemy's plan is to reach Oskil from the south. So I read this, but I don't put it in because it's not relevant. But when I do the reporting, like for example, the summary, I will tell you that according to Russian sources, the Ukrainians' aim is actually to capture Liman and then go northward towards Oskil and cut off the retreat route. So this is something that I do. So I just about to say my nose is not itchy. I started to get itchy again. So let's see AZ Military 1. So AZ Military 1 is one of the nice guys. Pro-Russian if I'm not wrong. So he's also an aggregator of information, but he do share a lot of geopolitical stuff as well. Dubrovnik. So there is when is this? So he said there's fighting in Dubrovnik as well. Okay, so let's indicate. So you can see the information comes from everywhere. So it is it's a bit hard to sometimes get to sometimes it's a bit hard to just get everything from one source. So for you guys, you can get it from me. That's one way. But if you actually go through the Telegram channel, sometimes it's a bit hard. Under Brusivka. So which means that I just put it here. I don't think it's under. Don't think fighting near Brusivka. This is probably more accurate. Oops. So you can see I warned about the Great Liman offensive. So this is now happening. Oh, this wrong color. Maybe this fighting is not here. Maybe this fighting is here. So don't make sense for the front line to be so far away. Maybe like this. Yeah. Although this is rumored, let's put it this way. Yeah, better. Portugal will not accept EU's proposal for 10% electricity savings. EU should not oblige states to reduce electric consumption, blah 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 blah. So no geopolitics. Now I need to cover the Ukraine war. So some the video of bombardments. This is by RT. Two guys fighting on the front.
Наступление, контрнаступление. ВСУ, к сожалению, на данный...
So this is Kherson. Oops. So yeah, not important. So there is, at least we can confirm there is a fighting reported at Alexandrivka. So let's go to Alexandrivka. Alexandrivka. Which also shows that Alexandrivka is under Russian control. So that will end the dispute. And RT reporter reports from Alexandrivka. Fuck. So this two is no more. So probably this is what it looks like now. German foreign minister, I don't care what my German voters think, I will support Ukraine. Whatever. So Kharkiv is in deficit of blood. Okay. Germany preparing for large-scale power outage. Europe is preparing for full mobilization to combat energy crisis. Okay. Turkey purchase of S-400. Oh no, I have no more coffee. Okay. Onion, ginger, tomato says that where exactly are the Russians regrouping? I'm no longer sure where the front line are, and rumors of Donetsk airport, Lima, and Severodonetsk are being fought over. Yeah. So so what I'm doing now is actually to get trusted information on where exactly all these things are happening, which is why now I'm reading all these things. So as we go on, you'll probably start to see all this information, because can see a lot of information being shared from common sources. There are battles under Izyum, artillery, blah blah blah. Okay, that's so Izyum is not fallen yet, but the Russians are going to withdraw from the Izyum. So that is already confirmed because the Russians have already announced it. All this information are very similar. Coupons near all bridges blown up, blah blah. Russian army leave for chance in Kharkiv region. That means Russia is going to give up the entire this side of the Kharkiv region. They're going to give up the entire thing. So withdrawing from both chance. So these are all pro-Russian sources. So these are all bad news for Russia. So do not just distrust a source just because it's pro-Russia or pro-Ukraine. There are still truth within things that they are saying. We just need to be clever about it. MW Tro asked how old were that Izyum report? Just a few hours ago, 1-2 hours ago, 3 hours ago. there are still Russian troops in Izyum. They are conducting tactical withdrawal, so they are still, you know, withdrawing. Information about withdrawal of population being withdrawn. No information. Bleh. The hell, man. It become a question mark now. The need for transfer a large contingent of troops due to curtailment of entire direction once again. Yeah, this is similar as what I just said just now. Spurny. Village of Spurny. Where is this? Okay, there is fighting reported at Spurny now. This is just information 2-3 hours ago. Fighting reported at Spurny. This is a Ukrainian offensive. So, which means this is possible. That means the rumors that the fighting has reached Severodonetsk or Lysychansk might be true. Which means this is also that means my projection that the Ukrainians will actually attack towards Lysychansk and Severodonetsk is accurate. So HJ Huang must be from Taiwan because NT-75. So what the Russians have done since Feb 24 is to destroy Ukrainian manpower, not to occupy land. Everyone should remember this. Yeah, but I mean, however, the Ukrainian forces is still also, you know, still increasing a lot of the troops. The demilitarization is not as successful. Denazification, maybe yes. I think that they really killed off a lot of these neo-Nazis. The number of neo-Nazis left is much lesser than it was. Most of the neo-Nazis are either caught or killed. So, but demilitarization, as far as we can tell, is not really working out that well. But let's see how it goes. But losing grounds is terrible. So you see, there's a massive attack. You probably cannot see. Okay, let me move myself to here. I didn't know that you might not be able to see my sources. Okay, I put myself here in the middle. So you can see there is fighting across the front line. The Ukrainians, as I have just now predicted before this happened, before we see this information, the Ukrainians will actually launch an attack from the Sivers front towards Lysychansk and Severodonetsk, and we are correct. There's fighting now at fighting reported at Zolotarivka. Oops. So Ukrainian forces is now attacking 3 Zolota Darivka. That means they have already captured controlled this area. Ukrainian forces retains okay. How do I put it? Acquired full control over Bergen, Okam, Yanske. So give them the flag, jump, and then Fighting reported at Birken Okamyamka. I can tell you this, the Russian forces at this area is going to be very weak. Their lines are very thin. I think the Ukrainians is going to break through to Severodonetsk or Lysychansk very easily. And the Sperne is already mentioned, so that's point this here there, and let's point this here, and the front line is definitely like this, which means this little brother here is gone. No more little brother. He is castrated. No more little brother. So the front line is now pushed back. I'm sure this front line is also not this far away now. Which means I don't think the Russian lines are that far now. It's likely to be no more this massive bulge here. Probably just like this. So don't have to give it that far away. So super chats, Cowboy Bob say, where the US UK trained troops part of this offensive? Did they have surprising amount of modern weapons and vehicles? There is not the modern weapons are mix and match. They have the M270s, the HIMARS. These are slightly more advanced ones. They have Humvees with a turret on top. That's not exactly advanced. They have M113, which is actually very old. So it's a mix and match. The Ukrainian military is very unstandardized now. US and UK, I don't think there is US trained troops. There is UK trained troops, but I think they mix it all up together with so some of these foreign mercenaries as well. So foreign fighters, we're not exactly sure. There's not enough information coming up about all these things, so not so clear. Statement on Sevato, Liman, blah blah blah. Oh, and then Kosh 963 super chat. To sum it up, the Russian Federation seems to be winning battles but losing the war because they are being outcommanded by Ukraine and the West. Yeah, Kosh might be correct about this. They are winning small battles, and however, when it comes to the important part, where like in critical juncture of this war, suddenly the Ukraine actually take massive victories. So this kind of advance is what we expect of the Russians to do, but now the Ukrainians are actually the one doing it, and we are now seeing this push here. There isn't much Russian forces around here. The Ukrainians are going to have a field day. So I'm now reading some of these things. If it's important, I will read it out. This is repeated so many times. So this is the latest information from the pro-Russian side. Yet they haven't reached decisions yet, as far as I can tell. So Colonel Kasat, this is Boris Rosin. Counter-attack of Ukrainians near Donetsk. Enemy is already in Kupiansk. I indicated, right? Ukrainian capture of Kupiansk. Yeah, indicated. And then apparently the morning withdrew behind Oskil. Blah blah blah. Let's move on. Okay. So onion, ginger, tomato super chatted. He said, rumor that Donetsk airport has fallen to the Ukrainians, or by pro-Ukrainian sources. Do you know if DPR has a reserve in the area? I don't think they have much reserves in the area, because most of the reserve, the additional forces, is redeployed to Kharkiv front and the southern front to help out with the Russian operations over there. So the Donetsk and Luhansk People Republic might be shortchanged by the Russian Federation in that sense, where they thought that they are going to war to fight for their own liberation, but end up they got redeployed to other fronts and are now for no Russians' ambition. And I don't think they have sufficient reserves to fight against a massive onslaught of Ukrainian attack. That might be a very serious, very bad situation now for the Donetsk and Luhansk Republic. So blah blah blah. That's my water. I need to drink water. So there are some saboteurs within Russian territory as well in Kursk. So I'm not indicating this on the map. Oh, but this is happening. Native Fields super chat. He say, "Is this the most costly toilet crusade ever?" Yeah, probably. There are more costly ones, like maybe the Napoleon invasion into Russia. I don't know, depending on who you want to compare to and how do you count cost. Toilet crusade. I only know that it is just a waste of resources and manpower, and tragedies from the Russian side, because what's the point of you hold all this territory and then you then lose it later? I don't understand this. So we saw that. A lot of the information is repeated, which is why I don't really look at Colonel Kassat, because he shares a lot of information from other sources. Yeah, let me adjust my fan so far. Okay, doesn't affect the mic. That's good. So there is the leader of I think Donetsk. He says some things which I'm not going to hear because I don't understand Russian. So I can tell you the geopolitical implications of a weak Russia, which means that Central Asia will go chaotic. Georgia, the Azerbaijan, Armenia, there will go into chaos, because you need major powers to balance out each other. And when you have a one-sided, when it becomes one-sided, chaos and death will start to happen. Like for example, when the Soviet Union collapsed, Russia is weak. that's when we see the collapse of Yugoslavia. So it's not a good thing where the Russians actually, you know, collapse. But and then not to mention, if Russia collapse further into a civil war situation, they fracture into multiple countries, more people will die. So although that also not saying that Russia is absolutely the good guys, but they're not as bad as the media like to make them out to be. So I mean, the Americans are much worse in that sense, given the kind of offensive war that they have been declaring. But I'm not sure how this is going to turn out, because all these losses is going to be a big, huge calamity for the politics in for Putin. Maybe in terms of the elections, the confidence in the leadership of Putin, everything will start to collapse because, you know, of all this information. So, ambassador of the LPR denied information about the entry of Ukrainian troops into the territory of Luhansk People's Republic. Lysychansk and Svatove are in full control of LPR troops, Luhansk People's Republic troops. And the background of withdrawal of troops near Izyum, the enemy is now trying to sow panic in report of success in other areas, as they has observed in the case of Alexandrivka in Kherson, Yasinovate, and Svatove with Lysychansk. So LPR officially denied this information. This information come out half an hour ago. So this 0129 now is 20217 in Singapore. So half an hour ago, Luhansk People's Republic's ambassador to the Russian Federation has denied the information that there is fighting at Lysychansk. So Tiran Uraj say that who cares about Central Asia and Russia? If Russia is so corrupt and inept, they are unable to crush an even more corrupt state, then they deserve to die. Yeah, in a way, nobody cares about Central Asia, and yeah, and actually most people don't really care about Russia as well. It's just that you do not want any major powers to have no balance. The balance of power, if you have not watched the lecture that talk about balance of power, do go and watch it. Because the lack of a balance of power means one side have overwhelming power and then power corrupts. So they will start to do crazy stuff. So that's what it is. Is it also worth noting another fresh take that the Ukrainian occupied Donetsk airport? Of course, nothing like that even close there. The DPR continue to pick at the stronghold of the Ukrainian armed forces there for takeoff. Of course, the translation is a bit weird. So, Colonel Kosat Telegram channel, the pro-Russian source, denies that the Ukrainians have captured the Donetsk airport. But to be honest, I want to put it into the map as rumors. So forces capturing Donetsk airport. So as you can see, the way how I write the title, right? This is a neutral way. This is a proper way of how media should always write. It should always be a neutral way of writing. So, like for example, one force attacked another force. You just say there is fighting in that area. So that's how you know keep it balanced. Put it further away. So Akos Bogar sent a sticker. I think that's called a sticker. He do this. Yeah, number one. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the support. I'm amazed that there's still 1,000 of you guys accompany me do this very boring work. Usually this takes 4 to 5 hours. I think with you guys around, this is going to take 9 to 10 hours. It's going to take forever. So, but you know, you guys are with me. So let's see how it goes. Greek boats open fire at Turkish merchant ship. Crazy, man. Fire small arms at Turkish merchant ship. Interesting. So we might actually see a new war happening soon between Greece and Turkey soon at this rate. So that's all from Colonel Kassa. This is the latest information. They denied that there is fighting in that area. Okay, I forgot that I want to, you know. Oops. How do I? How do I get back to? Oh, okay, this way. Okay, I want to put the rumors about decisions. Rumors of fighting at decisions. LPR ambassador to Russia resigned. Yep. So no. So that is the situation now. Shriner say that I should join the deep state server. They share pictures and videos of Ukrainians and which town they are. They are really good to map the front line. The problem is no time. If you follow this kind of channels or whatever, you need to spend a lot of time geolocating all these things. So the time that you need to spend on that, you might as well just wait for some of these trusted sources to actually give you the information. Because I'm only one person, just mapping already this sort of open source information already takes so many hours. So it's hard to do analysis on specific photos and geolocation. Is very, very, very hard. Yeah, so let's see what else do we have in our sources. Intel Slava in decisions. Okay, wait. Decisions, you can't wait. Kharkiv region at the moment, it seems is close to the fate of Kiev, but LDR is better. We inform you that there's no one in decisions, Severodonetsk or Saratov. So according to Anna Dogareva, the reporter, you can see the pretty girl here. At least the photo is pretty. The real person I'm not so sure. So this is a war correspondent. She's a reporter from Donbass, and her sources tell her that nothing is happening in decisions. So for those that are wondering, if there's fighting at decisions, currently denied. On the ground reports no fighting in decisions. Anna Dogareva, reporter. So that's that. Cowboy Bob said in the super chat, this is the biggest news geopolitically since 9/11. Massive upheaval, NATO provoking Russia into self-destruct could have generational global impact. Yes, but you see, the West also. That's why I say there is a balance of power is important, because this balance of power don't allow Russia to just conquer another country, which is why the West have to interfere to stop Russia from conquering parts or all of Ukraine. So, but the worry is what? The worry is for the West to take the opportunity to build on their victories and collapse Russia. If that happens, then it will be the geopolitical catastrophe, just like the fall of Soviet Union. The Soviet Union is not a good it's not a good federation. They don't allow political discourse. They don't like, they have a lot of limitation. They don't have a freedom of trade and with the outside world because of the Iron Curtain. But no one have to die for it. At least not many. Most people who die for it because they get into political movements. Otherwise, no people have to die. But because of the collapse of the Soviet Union, so many people died. So many people died. So in that sense, it's a catastrophe. But it does bring a huge level of increase in quality of life to those people that have embraced capitalism and that have left the communist regime. So because of the fall of Soviet Union, despite all the death, a lot of people, through capitalism, able to become richer, have a better life, have more comfort in life. So it's not that bad. It's not that bad. So someone have to die for it. So it's quite sad if you're the one who died for all these change and developments and revolutions or evolutions. Then I think it's quite depressing, to be honest. Onion, ginger, tomato. I appreciate your effort, but I don't envy you. The fronts are moving. I know from few friends that think tanks are pulling all-nighters and doing shifts. And I only one person. Think tanks have many people. I only have one person. So no, that's why I always say that because think tanks are funded. They're funded by people, funded by organizations, by countries, by corporations. I'm only funded by you guys. In fact, you guys that send super chat, that helps a lot. Those when you view the videos, watch the advertisements, that helps, because all these advertisements actually brings me revenue that allows me to make it part of my career. If not, it's not that possible. It's very important to have viewership, which is why I always tell you guys to help to share, help to like, because if you don't stand, the revenue continue to drop. It has been dropping every month actually. So if you continue to drop to one point, it will not be viable to spend so many hours working on this. I would need to spend the time to do other things to earn the money. So that's just how it is, unfortunately. Sepkas asked me if I would die for the freedom of future generations. I actually don't know. My priorities is my family now. I would die for my family, I guess, but future generations, I'm not so sure. If no, your YouTube channel will be destroyed. Yeah, the YouTube channel will continue. It's just that I will not post so often. That's all. Because the DPA is a long-term project. It's just that without the revenue, then I can't expand the team. I cannot hire reporters, journalists. So because the long-term plan is to hire a team of foreign correspondents, so they can get information from the ground. So tentatively, the revenue is not enough. I need to get at least 100k subs to have some kind. Then we'll have that kind of viewership closer to 100k per video. Currently, we are at around 30k. So we need to be around 60, 80, 100k views per video. Then with that kind of revenue, then it is possible to make DPA something special, and you guys will be part of this story. And I hope to create some merchandise for you guys to keep as souvenirs. But currently, I haven't figured out how to do shippings, because the shipping is going to be so expensive from Singapore. So if it's not from Singapore, it's directly from manufacturers, then I also need to figure out how to get it done in a way that is cost effective for you guys, because I don't want you guys to waste money, because I can just do the merchandise now immediately, but it will be so expensive. So I don't want to waste you guys money. So that's why I want to make it cost effective for you guys as well. This is why the merchandise thingy still haven't happened, because I don't want you guys to spend so much money. Because if you guys spend so much money, I'd rather you guys become my patron. So then at least the money goes direct to me. So if merchandise, I want it to make it cost effective. I have a few ideas. There's maybe I want t-shirts with DPA logos. There can be t-shirts with graphics. I can draw graphics. So you can draw crispy lemons, several donuts, Then I want to do the beret. So you know the DPA super chat, right? They have the DPA logo on the beret. I want to do that actually in the real life one. I want to do the real one. So cups, perhaps I also want a cup so that next time I hold this is DPA logo. So I want to do all these things, but it takes time. It takes time. So website is down. Let me check. Yeah, you guys broke my website again. God. Wait. Give me a second. You guys keep breaking my website. Okay, I think the website should work now. The website should work now. Where's Anna? I can't see her. This Anna. GP sends a super sticker. I think I'm not sure is that called super sticker. Saying thank you. So thank you so much. Thank you. DPA, click this. Rakesh Rossi, I click already. It doesn't do anything. So that's all for Anna. Let's go to Intel Glory, Intel Slava. So let's see what Intel Slava have for us. So super chat from NGS. If Russia should escalate now with more troops and equipment, what should Russia do and how? What is the weakness of Ukraine right now? The weakness of Ukraine, how to put it? The weakness of Ukraine is actually still, that they actually depends everything from the West. So the ammunition, the weapons, everything they need it from the West, and the populations are actually very tired of the war. Many people is very unhappy, about all their soldiers dying. So if they have that kind of they're going to have more forces. Russia, I actually not sure. It really depends on what Russia wants to do, because sometimes it's very hard to predict what Putin want to do. But if they really want to, go to war and really, utterly defeat, they need to take out the leadership. They need to conquer. They need to go start a new front, start a totally new front. Maybe go back to the northern front, pull back the forces around here, and then send a second major force, big one, and smash through Kharkiv. Smash through Kharkiv, go all the way, and then bomb out all the bridges. Bomb out all the bridges, and then maybe they even land troops in Odessa. Do a really massive military operation to collapse Ukraine's military. Because if you do that enough, the entire military will collapse. And imagine this is only 250,000 troops, and the amount of resources the West have to pour into Ukraine just to sustain the warfare, the amount of troops the Ukrainians have to mobilize just to keep up with the fighting. Imagine the Russians actually double to triple this number of troops. Maybe even times 4, become a 1 million strong troop. One more big front in the north, one more big front in the south, one more big front in the Kharkiv. The Ukraine will not be able to sustain such an offensive. But this is fantasy. I don't think the Russians will do it. Unfortunately, I don't think Russia have the capability or the economics, to actually do it. So Ryan Quinn say that he has been following my channel for a few months now. He was skeptical at first about my biases, but he has since decided that I'm probably the most objective reporter of this voice event. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you so much, Ryan, for the support and for the super chat. it's really hard to know to not be seen as a pro-Russian when you're reporting Russia is winning, because you're just reporting the facts. Just like, I always like to use football as an analogy. A very strong football team versus a very weak football team. At halftime, the strong football team is already winning the match 3-0. And you say, oh, strong team, is devastating the weak team. The weak team's defense is totally dismantled by the strong team. And then they end the first half at 3-0. The goalkeeper is a suspect. Then people who support the weak team be like, wow, this guy is a pro strong team. Then it's like, nonsensical, right? You're just reporting the facts. If I say, no, the strong team, 3-0 is not enough, it's too weak. The weak team is going to definitely come back and equalize. Then that is me being very biased. Fantasizing about, the weak team able to overcome the overwhelming odds and beat the strong team. So that is nonsensical. So that's how, why I gained the reputation of being pro-Russia. I'm just simply reporting. Now I'm reporting the Ukrainian offensive, and I'm telling you for the fact that Ukraine is going to take this entire ground here. They're going to punch into Luhansk, launch a new offensive into northern Luhansk, and there will be no one to defend that area. And then they will launch another offensive, capture Lysychansk and Severodonetsk, and again there's no one defending there. And then Zaporizhia line will be another weakness, and should the Ukrainians able to mass up another big force here, and then they punch down to Tomak and even Melitopol, and that will be another massive collapse. They don't even need to fight in the southern front anymore. They just collapse all this area. The southern front will auto collapse by itself, because all the forces here will be redrawn to protect all the other more important fronts. The Luhansk and Donetsk soldiers will say they want to go home to fight their own war. Then southern front will auto collapse. Then you will see a massive invasion through Mykolaiv and Kryvyi Rih into Kherson. Then the war is over, man. Russia will entirely lose the war, and we are now at the precipice of this thing. Russia is now at a crossroad. What are they going to do? They are losing the war massively. Massively. Russia did not capture all this ground within 1 week. So Russia will now have to make a very hard decision. What are they going to do? They do not have enough troops to defend all these front lines, given the ability of the Ukrainians to mass up so much troops to launch offensive. And not to mention, we still have the Liman offensive ongoing. So this is a calamity for the Russian side. MW Tro say there is no Syrians say that there is actually 250,000 to 350,000 Russian soldiers in Ukraine, plus the rebel republic Wagner, Chechen, Syrian totaling 650,000, 800,000. I actually don't think so. I don't think there's that many. And the Syrians are not in this war. The Chechens only sending a few thousand. Wagner group is only a few thousand. Chechens is not that big, the forces. The forces, they are all special forces. So it's not that big. It's not that big. I stand with Russia, super chatter. He say, like I said, you report reality. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's just reality. So Arete is not that I know it's not the map very flawed, is I haven't updated to that point yet. I'm still looking for information to confirm certain information, then I can update the map. This area here, the Russians are doing mass evacuation. But mass evacuation doesn't necessarily mean that there's no Russian forces over there. So I'm currently looking for information. And the ruthlessly efficient say where are those North Korean soldiers in Ukraine? There isn't. There is no North Korean soldiers in Ukraine. That's just fantasy. There's no North Koreans inside Ukraine. Cowboy Bob say the question now is, will Ukraine retake Crimea? Ukraine will want to take Crimea, but there is a big problem with you taking Crimea. Crimea is already officially integrated into the Russian Federation. Unlike Luhansk and Donetsk, which is still independent republic, they are still not part of Russia yet. Crimea is part of Russia. Invading Crimea will be a massive red line that will cause Russia to go to war. So I'm not sure, if Ukraine dare to go towards that step. So let's see how this goes. So I will have to continue to update. So let's read about what Intel Slava have for us. I'm just going through because a lot of the information are the same. Most of the information are very similar. Very soon we're going to go to Twitter to look for information. Intel Slava said they do not agree the decisive battle of this war is taking place. I'm sorry. In my opinion, the Balakliya offensive is the most decisive battle in this war. And I mentioned this, I think, in the previous streams, or no, in the videos. This war, should the Ukrainians fail the Balakliya offensive, they're going to be collapsed. But by the look of it, they are successful. Then the Russians are now in the situation of having to rethink their entire war strategy. So let's move on. Thomas Liev super chatted, say that it's even harder to be seen as neutral when you say it's unfortunate Russia can't and won't entirely crush Ukraine. It has been Putin's explicit goal to make Ukraine a rum state to Russia like Belarus. It wasn't really like this, before 2014. Before 2014, Ukraine is playing both sides. They're playing the West, playing Russia. They was doing alright. They're getting so much concession from Russia. They're getting free gas, get money from transporting gas, all these things. But Ukraine is not a reliable partner because the oligarchs are controlling the country, a lot of corruption. So Russia, starting building new pipelines to go around Ukraine. And that makes it, Ukraine is really not happy about it. Then they starting to go more and more west, right? Then after that, the coup happened, the Euromaidan happened. After Euromaidan happened, then everything go to hell. For Russia to say they want to make Ukraine a rum state is not true. Russia know that it's not possible because the politicians are not, the population is not. It's not like Belarus. Belarus, the population are not so in the extremes. Ukraine is very in the extremes. The West and the East is just like two different countries. So yeah, it's the kind of situation. Russia, Putin the Zelensky keeps saying that Russia want to conquer the entire of Ukraine. I don't agree. Russia do not really want the entire of Ukraine. Because what do you want to do with the Ukrainians? They only want the Russian speakers because those are the people that you can govern. And most of the natural resources is in the east anyway. So there's no point capturing Western Ukraine. However, no, everything is moot now. Everything is nonsensical now because the entire situation on the ground has changed. Well done to the Ukrainians, to be honest. This is unimaginable because no one who have imagined the Russian lines to be so weak and so thin. And I have expected massive breaks previously for quite a number of times, but the Russian lines held. So I thought that maybe the Russian artilleries and air force is really that strong and are able to hold certain front lines with very sparse troops. But now, the moment they cannot keep up with it, the air force cannot keep up with it, the artillery cannot keep up with it, the entire line just break, just like a dam explosion. Then the massive torrent wave of enemy troops just flow through. It's a massive defeat for the Russian side. 888 viewers. Hi new viewer, because you just turned into 889. So Intel Slava say he just quoted someone else. This is not his words, I think. This is a military disaster. We are severely underpowered. Agree? Oh my god. This he looks like a girl. Hi user. Thanks for all the heart and love. The botter asked how many BTGs are there technically in Ukraine. I actually have no idea, because all these numbers is not accurate. Really, it's not accurate, because you have to keep digging for all this intel, and then you do not know when they get redeployed. You do not know if the units suffer heavy losses. You do not know if the units are actually 100% filled. So even if you know what units are in which positions, they actually might not be in the strength that you thought they are. Maybe they are 50% strength. So I don't like to follow the units, because it is just it's just speculations. I just want to see whether they capture grounds. For now, who cares if there's 100 BTGs in Balakliya? They lost all the grounds. So let me see any more updates that we can tell. I usually don't like to find information on Twitter, because Twitter is super pro-Ukrainian majority. There's only a few sources that I follow on Twitter. The rest is just, they're just repeating propagandas and misinformation. So that's no good. ASB military news is also quite good. They are also slightly pro-Russian, if I'm not wrong. Rather just pro-Russian. No. MoD Russia. Still talking about history. Goodness. So this is the Russian version one. Usually Russian version of the Telegram channel have a little bit more information, but it's not very important. This one just dropped a lot of images. Colonel Kassat got some new stuff. So Zelensky came out again. He said the movement of our troops in different directions of the front continues. By this time, within the framework of the active action, since the beginning of the September, 2,000 kilometers of the territory have been liberated, which I tell you is true. It's true. So Russian army these days demonstrate the best it can. It shows its back. In the end, it's a good choice for them to run away. The occupiers in Ukraine have no place and will not be. However, I emphasize once again, if any of the Russian military or the security forces are afraid to return to Russia now, and we guarantee everyone who will be detained by our soldiers will be treated according to the Geneva Convention. So Zelensky is very happy. You can see he's a bit smiling. He's encouraging the Russian forces to actually surrender. Okay, I think I got a good idea. Let's move this here. Then I can move back. And I'm back to my old house. Yeah, so that when I read, it's like this. So that I'm not turning my head so much. Sam, are you new? He say that I'm default pro-Russian news because he basically used only pro-Russian source. This is the Ukrainian State Service Special Communication Channel. This is the freaking Ukraine government. Goodness. I follow two some more. I also follow their defense intelligence one. See, official Telegram channel of the intelligence of Ukraine. And I can tell you, this channel is full of propaganda. Ai, 真假啦. So there is a lot of other channels that I can look for information, but tentatively I want to go to Twitter. So the Ukraine battle maps, family village just got liberated. Congrats. So Ukraine battle map is extremely pro-Ukraine, but they do have sources on the ground that they can call to us to get confirmations. So just looking for intel. The last intel is on the September 9th. So there's no intel from them. Ukraine war mapper also kind of give up mapping after a while. So there's not many of the mappers have given up. It's very hard to continuing to spend the time effort to keep monitoring. So Ukraine war mapper, sometimes they map, sometimes they didn't. Ukraine war map is actually more neutral. It's not so pro-Ukraine. 18 hours ago. So all this we have already mapped accordingly. I wonder if I can do recording while I'm doing live streaming. I wonder if we can try this. So then the other one is Suryak maps. Suryak maps, they cover a lot of other stuff, so sometimes it's not very focused here. Like they only just reported the capturing of Balakliya, which I've reported like a few days ago. So which is why sometimes I don't really depend on it. I just basically look for information that I do not have. So no information as well. These are all my trusted sources. And Chris. So Chris is the super geolocator. He is one of the best geolocators that you can there is around. He can geolocate crazy stuff that I cannot even imagine being geolocated. So you say Ukraine troops in the east of Balakliya. Okay, these are all east of Balakliya and nothing new. So don't have already. So that's it, man. That's it from all the Twitter source that I follow. Most of the other sources are just not dependable. Russians flee from Kharkiv to Belgorod. They ought to, really, if they are helping with the Russians. Okay, everybody's celebrating. Okay, why you pro-Nazis is celebrating. Syrian girl. Oh, pretty girl. There's a pretty girl. Journalist. Let's see what she writes. Winter is coming, so she's very pro-Russia already. So, because she's Syrian. Syrian is pro-Russia. Yep. So what else did she report? Obviously, this is a trap. She's still dreaming. Nope. But she got a lot of followers. Okay, let's just follow her because she got a lot of followers. This is the entrance of Izyum. This is not inside Izyum. So I don't think there's much to see from here. Let's find the Donetsk airport thing. Oops, Donetsk airport. Her sources. Who is this? Ukrainian MP. Not sure. We will know this information about the Donetsk airport and decisions more as we go forward. So, so that's all from all these updates. So whatever you see now, this is the latest information now, and I just need to adjust the map a bit to account for the withdrawal. So much code, so much code. Okay, so let me. So okay, so what we know is that the Ukrainians have launched from the north towards the northern entrance of Izyum. They are not in the Izyum yet. There is still forces in Izyum. The separate units of the 60 mechanized veterans are keeping the defense. So, but Putin has already announced that they will be withdrawing. So it's just a matter of time. The withdrawal route is likely to go through Oskil. So this is the withdrawal route. And we are not so sure what is the situation now for all these forces around this area. For example, we have heard nothing about Zaliman and Savisi. So there is a lot of things that is unclear. The other mappers are very happily, take out this entire area to be under Ukrainian control. As you can see, as you have followed me through this entire stream of like 3-4 hours, we have not seen information that pertaining to Ukrainian capture of all this territory, or we only see very macro information that's saying the Russians will be retreating, but we are not sure where they are retreating from. So, but we can also in a very we can definitely pull back the Russian lines, but we will not be expanding the Ukrainian lines because it's not so clear where the Ukrainians are. So we are not sure if they are here yet, Horokovka. So how should I do this? I'm not sure whether this line will be held. So it's going to be very hard to map. I'm not so sure how to map this. So Cowboy Bob, can you quickly re-summary the map for those that haven't seen yet? So yeah, so currently the latest information from the so that one is from Cowboy Bob. He do a super chat to ask me to do a re-summary. Currently, okay, let's say from Kharkiv front, the Ukrainians have tried to check out if the Russians have withdrawn from this area. They actually went to Lipsy, their recon troops, but they got engaged by the Russian forces. Otherwise, that's all from the Kharkiv side. The Ukrainians have reached Veliky Bolok. They rushed all the way there, and I think the Russians may have withdrawn from their position already. The Kupiansk is captured by the Ukrainian forces, and the Russian Ministry of Defense declared that they will be withdrawing to the Donetsk front. So the forces here, all the Russian forces here, will be withdrawing. There is rumors that Russian forces at Foschansk has withdrawn into Russia. The populations are definitely all evacuating into Russia now. So this is the situation on the ground at this moment. The withdrawal route in this region is going to go through Oskil. and they go to hold position at Studenok, because there's a river here, so they try to hold the position here, and they want to keep this entire front line according to the river, the Savinsky Donetsk River. However, the Ukrainian forces have already penetrated through the river over here at the Rehorodok area and the Kryvyi Luka area. They captured Ozene, Rusivka, and Stary Karavan. They are launching an offensive towards Liman. They are fighting at Dibrova and Yampil already. And while all these things is happening, the Ukrainians are taking the opportunity of the chaos in the Russian command hierarchy. They have launched an offensive from Sivers towards Lysychansk. So this is a counter-offensive, and the fighting is already reported at Zolotarivka, Velko-Okanyamka, as well as at Sperne. So Sperne is this gray zone that no one knows exactly who is controlling it here, but there is fighting reported now here. There is rumors that the Ukrainian forces have reached Lysychansk, but it was denied by the ambassador of the Luhansk People's Republic to Russia. There might be possibility that the fighting reported might be just recon troops, commandos, the DRGs, which the Ukrainians have been using a lot of to stir up chaos in the rear. So this is happening, and the Russians are pushing still at Zaysevye, Vesela Dolena, and Bakhmut, as well as at Soledar. The Ukrainians have launched an offensive over at the, probably not confirmed, at the Donetsk, north of Donetsk. There is rumors that the Donetsk airport has been captured by the Ukrainian forces. It's also denied currently is denied. I forgot by who. So by a Telegram channel, they say that this is not likely to have happened. According to Boris Rosin, which is Colonel Kasat, pro-Russian Telegram channel, the Russians are still fighting for Pervomaiske at this moment. So all these are the usual pointless offensive that is not going anywhere. Very slow, very slow. And on the southern front, there is fighting reported at Oleksandrivka. The RT journalist is reported from Oleksandrivka, which confirms Oleksandrivka is actually under Russian control. Otherwise, the other front lines here are currently, there's nothing happening, or at least no one is reporting what is happening. And the Russians, somehow there's a rumor or report that the Russian forces launched an offensive northward from Kalinivske and Bobrov Vinkut northward into the Ukrainian lines. However, I would say take this with a pinch of salt. I got a feeling that this is just fake information or misinformation. I don't think this is likely to be accurate. So this is the entire summary already of the entire Russian, the Ukrainian war. This is outdated information. No, this is actually 8-9. Let's delete this. Let's delete this. Belarus is currently still doing their military exercise. It's not working. The Ukrainians don't really give a damn about them. So Deep State UA, join this channel will help. Let me see. So this channel. So let's see what they have. The day have finally liberated Belaherka. Also, this is where they get all this information. Okay, let's put this into one of the sources. I pressed back. So let's see what they have. Bilihurka, Matove is under our control. Okay, let's update this according to the because so we have intel from the pro-Ukrainian source. So thank you for the introduction. I didn't know that deep state actually means a Telegram channel. So Matobe, where's Matobe? Mato. Oh, okay, never mind. Ukrainian forces captured Matobe. Tent. Let's see what else they have. Oh, I should sorry, I should change this to this side so that you can actually see it. My bad. Now you can see it, right? So moving up, see that's what else we have. Let's drink some water because I've been talking non-stop for 4 hours now. So you can confirm the Ukrainian forces is in the vicinity of Izyum. So it's not in Izyum yet, in the vicinity. So they are still outside. So we can update this with according to the source so that we can have like a pro-Ukrainian and pro-Russian source both at the same time. So this is balance. As I said, I'm neutral. I'm really neutral. I just never heard of this Telegram channel before. This is the first time. I never see this before. So NGS super chatted. He say, is it politically possible in Russia for Putin to not respond to this offensive? I mean, possibly problem for legitimacy of holding on to power. No, it's politically possible, but it's politically very damaging because ultimately Russia is still a democracy. They have a parliament. The opposition parties are going to question him or question his party in the parliament and asking why the hell this is happening, and he'll be under very tremendous pressure to answer for it, and someone's head have to roll for this failure. I don't think it will be Shoigu because Shoigu is a very, very trusted aide of Putin. So depending on who in the command chain actually made the decisions on the ground about the warfare, maybe some of the generals, but then it's also very hard to blame them because they are limited by what is given to them, the kind of resources given to these generals to fight this war from the higher ups. But ultimately, if we talk about responsibility, it's always the very top leader is responsible, and depending on where they want to stop. But politically, this is very expensive. This defeat is untenable, to be honest. It's really untenable. So I'm not sure how much the Putin can absorb in terms of this political damage. It is extremely painful politically. So let's move on to Federicus. We break up the number around it and to the south. Report shelling left of the bank, blah blah, restricting. Izyum is essentially a think tank in the war, blah blah blah. Escape from Balakliya, then village competition, blah blah. Bakhmut area, trying to get to the highway near Orativka from Kodema. Assault of Solida, still not successful. I think this could also mean fighting, I would say. So Orativka, so previously we did mention this. So probably this is fighting already. Near Orativka. So the Russians are still very focused on this area while the world collapses all around them. So Gina never don't believe that Russia is a democracy. They have elections, come on. They have political parties. Dennis G say I keep crying. Or maybe some other guy keep crying. And he was claiming he was neutral. I'm not neutral, man. History Dog Whistle 88 say History Legend is hiding in the mom's boyfriend basement crying. Sorry, History Legend is actually having a holiday in Europe with his girlfriend. So he's actually enjoying himself. So you guys need to not cope so much. And he's Canadian. He don't really give a damn about Ukraine or Russia. Same as me. I don't really give a damn about Ukraine or Russia. So so many people. So let's see what else. So this is their deep state map. So they marked the withdrawal, but they didn't mark the Ukrainian being there. So that's very neutral of them. That's very good of them. There's a website. Wow, I can't read this, man. Okay, let's go to English. Okay, no. Okay, no. Okay. So this is their map. Yeah, I'm actually about to do something like this as well. So to mark the withdrawal, it's nice that their map have arrows. I cannot draw arrows. Oh, this map, very interesting, right? Okay, so I don't think there's much more information. I think the information all checked out. Is more all the information is more or less the same. So okay. So I'm going to push back. There is unlikely to be Russian forces around here anymore because they will be encircled. So we can delete this. You know, if you're Russian, you'll be arrested for referring to this as a war, right? How is that democratic? You go to Europe, you go to, for example, Poland, go to the Baltic states, you go to UK, and you go to become and you try to say that all the pro-Russian things. You think you not get arrested? You think it's okay? It's also not okay. In a war situation, especially if your country is at war, martial law will be implemented. You will not be able to have freedom of speech. You just look at, I mean, I have enough viewers from Europe telling me how bad the censorship is, how bad, like, it's not even criminal, to speak in Russia sometimes. Speak in Russian in some of this country, they get beaten up. Right, so the reality is depressing. You don't understand. the so-called democracy is only democracy purely because there's election. That's democracy. Democracy doesn't mean you have freedom. You can have freedom in an authoritarian state as well. So don't confuse the two. It's two different things. So because there is no more, there's unlikely to be any more Russians within this area because there's no significant towns. I'm going to merge the two tentacles together. So it will become one large blob. Yep. Source say that if he do not use VPN, he cannot see any Russian news sites, which is true. And some people say that Singapore is a very authoritarian country, right? We are run by dictators because we only have one political party, and we are all idiots, because we all vote for the same party, or maybe the election is fake. Let me show you. In Singapore, I can go to Russia today. You can or not? You can or not? You can? Cannot, right? Most of you cannot. So I can go to Russia today. I can read Russian news. See, I can read Russian news. You cannot. Yeah. So don't play this kind of cards about democracy. Russia is not a democracy. Singapore is an authoritarian country. You do not know how much freedom I have in Singapore. I can do anything as long as it's not against the crime, against the law. Everything goes. You see, my government sanctions Russia, and but I criticize my government for it. I say it's a totally wrong decision to sanction Russia. I'm fine. I'm not being arrested by anyone. So MW Trolley don't agree. He say I clearly know shit. Then why are you watching this stream? I know shit, then you still want to listen to shit. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, Canada can go to RT. That's good. Singapore, where people are afraid to even discuss local politics. Who says so? I can literally show you, this is my other YouTube channel, which I spent a lot of time here. You see, this is political. This is Workers' Party. I'm talking about Workers' Party. I'm talking about Workers' Party. This politics. So it's you can talk about politics in Singapore. There's no problem. I can tell you, every country, even United States, is a democracy or no constitutional democracy, whatever it is. The people in power will always put up a lot of barriers for the opposition or people that are against them to run against them, to win against them. That's just how it is. Just look at what the United States Democrats do. So Russia is similar. Putin's party is in power. They will do things to make it difficult. So it is the opposition's job to play by the rules and win the election. And if you can do that, then you're good enough to run the country. If you're not, then you're not good enough, then you're just a joke. Similarly, in Singapore, the opposition parties tends to be not good enough. And if you cannot play by the rules and beat the incumbent at their own game, then you're not good enough to run the country. That's just how it is. I stand with Russia, say he's neutral, leave him alone, let him do his job. He doesn't have to stream this. Yeah. I mean, thank you for speaking out for me. No, but sometimes no, we have to understand that a lot of our biasness, our biases is affected by the media that we read. And all this talk about Russia is not a democracy, Singapore is an authoritarian state, is sometimes it's just things that is a stereotype. Singapore used to be authoritarian. This is it's real. Singapore used to be authoritarian, but it no longer is for at least good 20 years, 30 years already. So that's just how it is. Westoid thinks only Western countries have democracy. Yeah. This is by James Smith. Yeah, I tend to feel that is also quite true. Some of the Western countries are like, the people are just too think too highly of themselves sometimes. Emiliano Patrigenjo, you are still live. Wow, I'm still on off and still coming back and still alive. Yeah, hi, I'm still around. I have no life. MW Troll stand by his comment. I stand by my comment too. High five, we are stand by our comments, so that's good. I don't like people to change their ideas too easily. They have to be entirely defeated before they change their opinion. I think that's right. So standing by your opinion is correct, because if you flip too easily, then you have no backbones. I know shit about politics. You think it makes a country democratic that they have election alone? In almost all totalitarian dictatorship they have elections. Who say so? There's no elections in China, in North Korea. It's all nonsense. Those are not real elections. Russia have elections. There is a communist party somewhere in Russia. Do you know Russia have a communist party? It's still around. Yeah, so Turkey is authoritarian as well, and is it part of the West? It's in NATO. Why do you don't criticize Turkey? Post the link to your other channel, but I don't really post much there anymore because I'm so busy with in case you guys are interested, I used to cover a lot of American stuff because I read so much about the American politics. I'm pro-Trump, and I actually try to cover a lot of the QAnon stuff until it's no longer viable to cover QAnon stuff because YouTube strikes heavily on QAnon stuff. Then it makes it impossible. And after Trump lost the election, QAnon suddenly just disappeared. So it's no longer viable. So that's just how it is. Yeah. I'm sound more and more like Putler. What the hell are you talking about? What's that? Neil Sampson said he was in Singapore 12 years ago. Plenty of freedom. He was shocked because he saw things that would not be intolerable in the 80s. Singapore is a beautiful place. You guys should come and take a look. It's very clean. I mean, Singapore is not a perfect place, and no, but the thing is, it is efficient. It's a technocratic state. I'm not sure if you understand what technocratic means. It's really run by geniuses and experts, people who have studied very a lot. Then it's a lot of data, and it's run in that kind of way. China is half that, but that half is very ideological. It's very, very authoritarian and one-party state. So this just kind of thing. Democracy also not always very good. If you look at Taiwan, because Taiwan have a democracy, they elected a very handsome guy who is actually pro-China, and he disbanded the entire conscription. They actually remove conscription, and that's why now Taiwan have a problem. They will not have enough troops to fight against China should there be a massive war. That's just how it is. Australian. I just don't like tyrants and who agree with their propaganda. Yeah, who likes tyrants? No one likes tyrants, right? So where was I? Oh, I was amending the. Ew, this look like an ant now. This look like an ant with very. No, this is not an ant. This is like a monster. This looks like the monster from Dune. Like with the. It's like an ant with very big butt, then a head. It was so scary. My God, this monster. And he's having sex with this. I don't know, elephant head. Fuck. Okay, never mind. I don't think they are at Balakliya anymore. So this is it's impossible because they are withdrawing. And for the Ukrainian troops to be all the way at Izyum means there's no more Russian troops, unlikely to have any more Russian troops around this region. Because if the Russian troops are around here, then they are going to be in deep shit. So I'm not sure how this is going to work out. I'm going to delete this first. I'm going to leave this here. I don't think there will be Russian forces around the northern side of here. I'll probably stop it at Yasinovate. So, and Versailles. But the Ukrainians are able to go through, so that's a very weird situation. So we're not sure. I need to check. We need to find more information to see, how where exactly is the Russian forces currently. Currently, it looks a bit like this. Anthony Young say too much QAnon. Okay, I tell you why I talk about QAnon. I'm not exactly QAnon guy. As in, I like to read QAnon because it's good practice for journalism. It's good practice to try to find out whether the things they say is true. Because some of the things they say is so outrageous. So you have to take it seriously first. If you want to do proper journalism, take them seriously. Then you try to look at their information, fact check them, take time to see how things pans out, whether what they say is true, check their sources. That's good practice. So but of course QAnon is a lot of the things is just nonsensical. If it's true, then it's quite frightening. The things that they say is very frightening. So it's just how it is. In China, if you're Uyghur, then you don't be a Muslim. If you're a Muslim in China, I don't think it's a racial thing about Uyghur. It's a Muslim thing. So they just don't want Islam to have a power within communist China. Why do you think Russia didn't allow independent inspection of the vote in Crimea? I do not know. Did they not allow? I'm not sure. Ken Barbie, yeah. But you want to quote the whole thing. Don't quote just one sentence. Did QAnon convince you that Russian elections are legit? QAnon don't talk about Russian. QAnon don't talk about Russia. Liberals always get triggered as soon as mention Trump. Yeah, Trump is just another person. Come on, he's just very good at his job. At triggering people. Why are you pro-Trump DPA? Because he really do a good job as a president. This war, right, could have happened much earlier, but Trump somehow caused this entire war to be delayed. And when Obama handed over to Trump, he told Trump that his biggest challenge will be North Korea. End up what he came to Singapore with Kim Jong-un and they shake hands here, and then he went to Korea, he went to the DMZ, and he crossed over into North Korea, the first US president to ever cross into North Korea territory. If it's any other guy, everyone will be like, wow, give him the Nobel Peace Prize. But he's Trump, so nobody want to care. And the Abraham's Accord, you know how difficult it is to get Muslim states to be friends with Israel? You know how difficult is that? He got it done. Then the refugee crisis, immigration crisis in the south of United States. He wants to build a wall. He enforced new laws. He gave the border security, the power to control, and then the entire illegal immigration really grinds to a very, very low rate. What happened after Biden took over? It became a crisis. Which country can allow illegal immigrations to go into their country and destroy their economy? So I look at the facts. This is just reality. It's not about I'm become pro is because I see for the first time one US president actually do what he says. I actually love Obama at the beginning because he's so well spoken, he's so handsome. He promised great stuff. But I lost faith in him as his presidency go on. Because he don't preach what he says. The entire Guantanamo Bay prison, he can't even close one stupid prison. So and then Trump say, "Oh, I'm gonna move the embassy to Jerusalem," and he moved the embassy to Jerusalem. The man of his words. So that's why I like him. But I find him very noisy. Trump is a very noisy person. I find him very irritating, but he get things done. That's what I like. No, it's not not pro-Trump in like a religious sense. It's because a person get things done, and he during Trump's era is among one of the most peaceful period in the world. There's very few wars, very few tragedies happen during Trump's era. The moment Trump's era ends, well, Afghanistan go to hell, Syria start fighting again. That's just how it is. The craziness during Trump's era is from the media. The media like to make things chaotic. The whatever forces that within United States is stirring up all the riots and everything. But that's just the politics. That's just how it is. So those are factual. So but no, people who don't like Trump just don't like Trump. There's nothing I can do about it. I only look at what it is, and that's just how it is. Declan said if Trump was president, US would not have supported Ukraine. I actually don't know. I actually do not know what Trump would do if the Russian invasion happens. I got a feeling that Trump might one up Biden and actually send forces into Ukraine. Might be. There might also be a possibility that he will force Ukraine into negotiation with Russia and let Donbass to be independent. There might also be a possibility. It can go anyway. Trump is he's into deal making and he's anti-war. Trump don't like wars, so he's anti-war. So he will actually weigh and then just make a division that the best suits for everyone. So, but I'm really not sure what he will do. It's very hard to speculate that. Oh no, I keep looking at this monster here. It's so scary. Unfortunately, we don't have other information other than this. How do they draw? What's that location? That's Izyum. Is it? Actually, I cannot see that. Balakliya. Balakliya. They say the Russians are here. Do they have what's the later map that they have? Map pass block. Oh, so they've withdrawn the entire area. Okay, if that's the case, let's follow them. Okay, let's follow them. I think that makes sense because I don't think we'll get any kind of information for this kind of thing. Oops. Why is Zolote 17 Sutherland Z? You repeat this so many times. I don't understand. Swenglish dude. Izyum is the Ukrainian forces haven't entered Izyum yet. They are at the outskirts of Izyum. If you have followed the entire 4.5 hours, you will know that the latest sources suggest that the Ukrainians are not inside Izyum. Just look at this. This information is saying just as much as the same. That's the latest information that we have. Ukraine war game. What is the Ukraine war game? Josla. Oh, I just saw a super chat by NGS. I missed it just now. What is the discussion of Russian Security Council now? No idea, man. There's no information about the Russian discussion of Security Council of what they say. I mean, this is all national secret, I think. So no idea what's happening there. This is way out. Probably it probably will look like this, I guess, the front line. Yeah, probably look like this. Trump wanted to end NATO, and I am for that, but I didn't care for Trump administration foreign policy for Iran, Yemen, Syria, Palestine. J. Thomas said, Trump didn't want to end NATO. Trump threatens to leave NATO if the Europeans do not put on more money into NATO. That's part of his negotiation. He liked to make threats to get people to realize that they actually needs it more than US. So people will actually do more things. His policy for Iran is that he don't believe in the Iran deal. His policy for Yemen is he don't give a damn about Yemen. He just want to sell arms to Saudi Arabia to make money for US. Syria, he just want the oil. He said that after all the investment of the United States in Syrian war, or they should just take the oil. Palestine, they are trying to make a deal with Israel, with Palestine, to make sure that there is lasting peace. And they actually gave the Palestinians a actually pretty good deal that actually will help Palestine to actually develop their country, to build an economy, to have industry. But the Palestine Authority rejected the entire deal. So no deal. So they can continue to live in poverty. That's how it is. So NW Tro say Ukraine were at the border of the Izyum 4 hours ago. Yeah, but you can only map based on information, on sources. I don't map based on my imagination. So as far as the information goes, this looks like what it is now. We're not sure about the northern front, what is the retreat situation like. That's why it's a bit hard to map it here. But I got a good feeling this entire area is unlikely to be Russian, only on the main roads. So, and if the Ukrainians are already at Velika, I don't think the Russians will be in this area as well. So I think it's a good idea if we should just change this before people complain about it. We follow the main road. The collapse is so huge. Oh my god. Unbelievable. Probably like this already. And then on this side, I don't think there's Russian troops anywhere near here except for the main roads. So yep. So this would probably look more like it. Very soon, I will delete this entire area because this front line, this Ukrainian forces is not likely to be gathering around here. We only focus on the front line. We'll probably withdraw this. KC though 14 say asked how did the Russian army collapse so easily, because there is no forces here. There's no Russian forces around here. They only have the forces at the front lines. The entire internal area is totally empty. There's no Russian forces there. It's just like how the Nazi Germany invaded France. When they go into the rear, there's actually no troops there to fight against them. They just blitz all the way through to Paris. Trump had foreign diplomats killed. I think you mean Hillary, right? Hillary have the Libyan American diplomats killed in Libya. So like Benghazi, right? So Thomas Fredstep super chatted. He said, can we take a moment to appreciate the Visual Studio icon? Is your coding your side gig or main gig? It's a side gig. I actually do modding. For those that I'm not sure how many of you guys actually plays Rimworld. These actually all my Rimworld mods. I used to do this a lot. Sorry, I need to yeah, these are all the mods I do. So many of these mods require C#. So yeah, so I used to be a little bit famous here in this community, in the modding community within the Rimworld, the game. However, I no longer spend time on this because it's not making money, and it takes it takes a lot of time to do coding, and I wanted to go back to do it, but the Ukraine war just takes so much resources and time, so it's just not possible. Yeah, so Telmus. Wild animal sex, basically, so Jay Smith asked what is wild animal sex. Basically, the wild animals in Rimworld's game do not mate. They do not have children. So I basically create a mod that allows them to mate. That's all. So it's a wild animal sex. Yeah, shout out Rimworld. How many of you guys play Rimworld? Press 1 in the chat if you play Rimworld. Okay, so what else? So what video should I do now? I'm so confused now. We're gonna do some recording for the YouTube channel. There's quite a number of you guys actually play Rimworld. That's so cool. Yeah, just sorry that I haven't played Rimworld or mod for Rimworld for a long time. So if you actually come across my mods, so sorry that I have no time to update it. So let's do a quick update on this. So this is going to be a recording for the YouTube channel. So for those that are not on the live stream. So hello everyone, this is Defense Politics Asia, and this is a quick update from the Balakliya front and the very eastern side of the Kharkiv front and the Izyum front. Basically the entire area, you can call it the Kharkiv front. Yeah, it's a Kharkiv Oblast. So quick update. Russia Ministry of Defense have announced the withdrawal from Balakliya and the Izyum front. So let me read the statement coming out from the Ministry of Defense of Russia. They said the Russian troops that are operating near Balakliya and Izyum will be redeployed for reinforcement at the Donetsk direction in order to reach pre-established objective of the special military operation. So they say that the forces will be redeployed within 72 hours into the Donetsk People's Republic, and various deceptive and demonstrative maneuvers have been carried out, marking real actions of the troops within the above mentioned operation. So the Russians say that, you know, they create some diversions and some show-off maneuvers to, you know, confuse the Ukrainians. And they say that the Ukrainians are under powerful fire attacks with the involvement of aviation, missile troops, and artillery to prevent any damage to the Russian troops that are withdrawing. So they report over 2,000 Ukrainian troops and over 100 units of armored vehicles and artillery have been destroyed within the 72 hours. So maybe the 72 hours is already over, by the way how they write it. So regardless, that based on the latest information, that the extent of the Russian withdrawal is probably around this way. There is a lot of things that is happening. So the one of the biggest news was that the Ukrainians has arrived at Izyum. They are not within the Izyum city just yet. They are at the northern entrance of Izyum, according to information shared by pro-Russian source Ryba. They said that the separate units of the 60 separate mechanized brigade is currently keeping defense at Izyum, and the situation of the southern part, they are still not so sure. But they say that at the northern entrance, there's already enemy units. So the vanguard of the Ukrainian forces is already at the northern part, trying to, you know, block off any movement of the Russian forces northwards. And we also have so based on the situation, based on the mapping from a pro-Ukrainian source called Deep State, they have mapped that the entire Russian forces have already withdrawn from this entire area. So we have pushed back the border all the way along the river. The Russians are going to hold a defense line along the Oskil River, and they're going to keep certain choke points as the only place where they put massive amount of entrenchment and troops to defend. And one of these places will be probably around at Oskil region. They also, and probably at Studenok as well, as one of the defensive areas. So the Ukrainian forces also have officially captured Kupiansk, despite after all this information and reports coming out about Russians sending reinforcement to Kupiansk. Apparently, this is just to aid the tactical withdrawal over to the eastern shore across the river to this side of Kupiansk. So this looks a bit like the Oskilev, is it? In the Lord of the Ring, where the city is actually cut into two. Izyum is actually also this kind of city where there's a river running through the entire city. So then we also have information of the Ukrainian forces have captured Kotimlia as well as Matove. So the Ukrainian forces have branched off northward, and they just went into the settlements. They are undefended. They are not. No one is actually stopping them or shooting at them. The Russian forces have already long withdrawn from this location, and the Ukrainian forces have pushed all the way to Veliki Bolok. Currently, the situation is unclear if they actually captured Veliki Bolok, but the information is simply that they have reached unhindered at this place, which means that this entire stretch of the road is also undefended, and it's unlikely that the Russian forces will have any defenses around all these areas, because these are not important locations. So which is why the entire front line is now going along the road. And there's also information of alleged evacuation ongoing at Vovchansk. So according to certain information, according to the district administration, they say that the Russian military is leaving Vovchansk. However, this information in the subsequent post by AZ military says that this withdrawal might not be true. However, there is actually no real information about the withdrawal of the army. However, the population in Vovchansk is indeed withdrawing. They are evacuating into Belgorod region, and there is already videos coming out at the border region of Belgorod that Russian volunteers are already there to help to distribute food and water to these civilians, and to help to see where they can settle them. So this is the situation now. We are still not so sure where the Russians lines will be. Tentatively, it looks like they will be holding along the Oskil River all the way to the point of Studenov, and I believe that the Russians may want to hold Oskil. So maybe they will actually want to hold Oskil, because once the Ukrainians go into the forest, it's going to be another headache. And while all this is happening, the Ukrainians have launched the Great Liman Offensive, which I will not cover here, as this is a quick update on this front of this massive withdrawal. So anyway, this is a quick update, and I'll see you in the next update. Hi, so welcome back. This is how I do a recording, and you have probably, for those that have stayed all the way, you will probably see how I get all the information, and I actually after getting all the information, I will do a quick update if there's the need for it. I will be doing a summary. So let me look at the super chat. NGS asks, is this worse politically or militarily for Russia? The status of the military is not that bad. It's still quite bad, in the sense that the morale and confidence in the Russian military will be affected. In terms of the Russian military capability, I don't think it's affected that much, because they withdraw because they don't want to have too many casualties. They don't want to have too many equipment loss. So militarily, it's not that bad. But politically, I think it's horrible. This is a calamity for the Russian leadership, and I'm not sure how they're going to maneuver this. Just like yesterday, I think in yesterday's stream, when we were talking about Balakliya, I was saying that I have no idea what Russia can do in this situation to turn around the situation, because they do not have enough troops in the region. So, and I was correct. They decided to just retreat. So they just retreat, and giving up all this hard-earned territory. This is much bigger than the territory they gave up north of Kharkiv. So, calamitous for the Russian side. So, what do you think about the Discord recreation of the Ukraine YouTube war game? I do not know. I don't know. I need to go to Discord to see. I haven't go to Discord for some time because I'm so busy. Yeah. So yes, it's 13. I will just record a video while doing live stream. So welcome to efficiency. So let's see if I can upload the military summary channel. Say yesterday was the best day for Russia in 6 months. What kind of best day? I have no idea. I don't have time to watch other people's YouTube channel. It's not that I don't watch them. I don't want to watch them, but I just don't have time to watch them. So let me. Okay, so hello everyone. This is Defense Politics Asia. Yep. So in case you see that, this is how I'm uploading the video already. I don't even know what front to write it, man. Kharkiv. Kharkiv. Balakliya. Izyum. Front. So I think I let you see that, but if not, you all feel very confused. So no. How do I write this? I think I write it more or less the same. Gives up. Kharkiv. It's the entire Kharkiv, right? It's almost entire, so this is not the right term. Yeah, this will be the yeah. So duplicate. Gonna copy and paste the descriptions. Yeah, and then the tags. Yeah, so it's something like that. It's something like that. Oh, the quick update is shorter than 8 minutes. Okay. Should have stretched it a bit longer. Submit. So there's a super chat from J Relo. He said, "Did Russia deploy its new troops to Ukraine? Last I heard, they trained 100,000 more troops. Also, any words if Syrian troops will join Russia in Ukraine?" Firstly, I don't think Syrian troops will join Russia in Ukraine because Syria have a massive danger at their doorstep. Actually, two danger at their doorsteps. One is Israel, one is Turkey. Syria cannot afford to give up their troops in Syria, and the Syrian rebels are still not fully eliminated because of the support from Turkey, and they also still have the Kurds. They are refusing to bend their knees to the Syrian government, and the Americans are still there too. So Syria is a very complicated region at this moment. So I don't think Syrian troops will go into Ukraine. And as for the 100,000 more troops, it's actually not 100,000 more troops. It's 100. I believe that 100,000 is actually the forces that are already in Ukraine. They are going to offer these volunteer troops and the Donetsk People's Republic, Luhansk People's Republic troops, Russian military benefits. So they are going to count all these troops that are fighting in Ukraine as part of the Russian military. Then they can, once they can do that, then they can legally give them the military benefits that is given to the Russian military soldiers. So it's not they raise 100,000 troops. It's actually the troops that are already in Ukraine. This as far as I can tell. So some Sparta battalion commander went there to record a video just now, according to Yaroslav. So Donetsk People's Republic commander went to Donetsk airport to record a video. That's so cool. So labs. Oops. So let me finish the upload of the video first. Oh, okay. Okay. Six minute. The quick update was 6 minutes 44 seconds. So let me move. Let me. I wonder which thumbnail to use. Oh, I have to create a separate thumbnail. Okay, forget it. Just whatever, which one will do. Save. For Nguyen, say DPA is still here surprisingly. Hey, hi. I have no life. So let me do this. Do. Save. And I'll go. So I just published the new quick update. So in case you are wondering, so I'm now going to share it to my social medias accounts. And NGS super chatted, say typical Russian war strategy, retreat and then they always say Russia will retreat and then they will bombard whoever that take their position and then recapture their position. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen as far as I can tell. So this is very hopeful. Sometimes the pro-Russian crowd, they really hope that the Russian military is what they imagined it to be. Unfortunately, it's not that they aren't, but I think it's more like they just don't have enough. They just don't have enough numbers to make all those magic happen. So where is my Telegram? So I hit share this. Share on Twitter already. Come share it. Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Quora. Not now. Okay, so I'm gonna be back here. Where should I throw this thing here? I throw this thing here. And close this window. Where are you? Okay, I'm back. Going to reset the website a bit in case it dies. Oh no. Giga chat magic happened. So I shall be Giga chat for now. You have the typo in the title of a new video. Oops, is it? Balakliya, most of Kharkiv Oblast. Kharkiv. What is the typo? You mean the from? I run out of characters. I run out of letters, so I have to short form the from. So what else? Okay, still need to do a summary, right? Okay, let's do this one first. The Liman offensive. And Okay, how should I start? Hello everyone, this is Defense Politics Asia, and this is a quick update from the Sloviansk front. Basically, Liman's area, the Krasny Liman or Crispy Lemon. So at the Crispy Lemon at Liman, here is Liman. The mentioned Liman offensive, I call it the Ukrainian Great Liman Offensive, which I have already mentioned for the past 2 days, which is about to happen, is now happening. The Ukrainian forces have launched attack towards Liman. They are now fighting on the outskirts of Liman, according to War Gonzo, and they are also fighting near Bruzivka, and as well as at Dibrova and at Yampil. So the Ukrainian forces have launched a massive offensive over in this region after they have crossed the Seversky Donetsk River around here through pontoon crossing. So they are already moving more and more heavy equipment over to launch this massive offensive, and there is also rumors, according to Ryba, the Russian source, that units of the Ministry of Emergency Situation, the Internal Affairs, and the Rosvadia, which is their national guards, are withdrawn from Liman. But this allegedly, according to reporters on the ground and information from those that have sources within Liman, they say that they are still holding against the Ukrainian forces. However, based on the language that they use, it sounds like they don't have a lot going for them in terms of the defending. They probably don't have enough equipment, and it seems like it's a very thin defense line. So the collapse of Liman might be very imminent. And according to information from War Gonzo, the Ukrainian Liman offensive strength is around 3,000 to 5,000 troops. So 3,000 to 5,000 troops is quite a huge number of troops against Liman, where I don't think the Russians have even half the numbers here. So this is going to be a pretty quick capture if the Russians are not going to send in reinforcement down. And this is going to be this is a very critical city, because the Russians have withdrawn previously in the previous update that I've updated, that they're going to withdrawn from most of the Kharkiv Oblast and hold the lines along the Seversky Donetsk River all across down here. And if they lose Liman, then they will not be able to hold Sevastopolsk, or they also cannot hold the planned choke point at Studenok. They will not be able to hold Studenok as well, which means that the fall of Liman will cause another possible encirclement, a threat of encirclement, which the Russian forces will have to do another massive withdrawal to a more defendable lines. So Liman is in critical situation here, and currently, based on the information that I can see, it looks like Liman will not hold. So this is the quick update from the Liman front, or the Sloviansk front. I haven't decided what front to call this, and I'll see you in the next update. Okay, that's another recording. So who draw this blue dinosaur? Me. I draw the dinosaur. See, this is a Stegosaurus, the head, and then this is the plate, the armor plate. Yeah, so Ginella, give me the source. Don't just say, oh, I'm so slow. They're already attacking Crimea. Where's Crimea? They're attacking Crimea. Where do you get the information from, man? Crimea is here, no? Let me see. Where do you get the information from? Where do you get the information of Crimea fighting? Let me go to the pro-Ukrainian source. There's nothing here. What Crimea? What are you talking about? Where you get this information? There are information that might be fake. So no, I only report on more confirmed information. So so I want to so y'all can be witness. So who is the number one. So newest first, you go all the way down. First, you see this is the most bottom post. So mid rare wizard is the fastest. So well done, comrade. You are hereby awarded the medal of DPA, what should we call it? Massive backwards offensive. Yep. So that's what happened. Let me see. Then I need to upload the next one. So where are you guys? DPA coping medal. So Liman front. Can we call it Liman front? No, like just call it the Ukraine Liman offensive. Ukrainian forces launch massive counter assault south of Liman. And outskirts of Liman. Let's put massive in because I want the clickbait. South of Liman. Okay, so oops. Minute. Dun, dun. Then next on so sorry, give me a while. Let me prepare the upload. Save. Okay, public, save. So I just published the other update that you all just saw me recording. So not bad. Still got 600 of you guys are still here. Amazing. Thank you for accompanying me. Work on all this updates. Okay, and resume. So I think I want to do one more. Then I think the summary I will leave it for tomorrow. So 9 and 10 I'll do together, maybe in 12 hours time. So I think that's rather than overloading you the viewers with too many things. And hello War Eagle, did you just came? You should have other lights than the blue lights to keep your eyesight. It's too late. Actually, I can do this, night light. So, now I look like I'm in a war zone, or some kind of like a inside a naval ship. This ops room will be all red because this is better for the eyes. So, but I used to have sometimes last time I used to not used to the light, or maybe I was tired or something, so the light will become very bright. Then I started to use this night light thing. But nowadays, it's still alright. I think I'm feeling much better my eyes. Classic. Nobody advances this fast realistically. But no choice. This is the reality now. And let's see. War Eagle, you know how long I have been here? I've been here for 5 hours already. So literally you guys see me work live for what I always say. It took me 4 to 5 hours to do an update, to update one day's information. And this today, because I spent a lot of time chatting with you guys, right? So because I also did not update all the bombardments, the shelling reports, so I have the time to talk to you guys. If I have to report the shelling reports, it will be so much more longer. You take another additional 1 hour at least. So no, there's no point to do that. Yeah, I mean, 5 hours is a bit crazy, so I'm not sure. Maybe if you are working or something, you can actually on it. But I don't think anyone will come back to watch a 5-hour stream. This is just my opinion. Yeah, but this is my life every day. So it's just that you're not seeing it. You're only seeing the results, the published videos. But behind the scene, this is exactly what I do. I go through all the sources. Then I have to think, does it make sense or is it nonsensical? Then after I will plot it into the map, and then I have to do the recording. So thank you S444 or Fox27. Thank you. Yeah. So we need to record one more. Which is actually this one, the Luhansk offensive, or Lysychansk offensive. I'm not sure what you call this. Lysychansk offensive, Sievers offensive, Lysychansk offensive. Let's call it Lysychansk offensive. Do you always go to bed at this hour? Swas asked. No, I don't sleep at this hour. Just now I wake up at 11 p.m. Singapore time. Now it's 4 a.m. 4:20 a.m. So I usually, my waking hours is tend to be European timing. Lately a bit late is American timing. So what do you do for work, or do you have a side job? This is actually my side job. My main job is actually graphic design. Or not job, but my business. I run a design business. So I do branding, website design, graphic design, marketing. So that's my main business, which is more stable than this YouTube because the viewership keep dropping. So basically I'm doing two jobs. I have two businesses now. So DPA is actually a business. Eventually DPA will expand to a bigger media outlet with journalists, foreign correspondent. I will have more people to help me do the videos. Maybe I'll find some pretty girls to do report news to you. So but at this moment, the channel is too small. Even at 40,000 plus is actually too small a channel. We need to reach minimum at 100,000 subs before, right, I can actually hire correspondents and reporters and build it to a next level, which is why you guys need to subscribe if you all are not subscribed. Because I keep saying that because how the YouTube algorithm works is that if the people don't subscribe, then they don't push it to more new viewers. So I need people to subscribe so that and then people to help to like and share, and then with more subscribers, then the YouTube will actually push it to more new viewers, because the YouTube channels are always limited by the subscribership tends to be that, unless something go viral. So a lot of people watch the whole thing and then they start to share, they like, then that specific video alone will go viral. But the channel itself, the other videos will not go viral. It's still very dependent on the baseline. The baseline is actually the subscriber base. So let's wait, I need to go and give the medal to the latest video. You need some rest, man. I am rested. Okay, so the very first, this is newest. The first is actually FX everyone. Well done, soldier. You are hereby awarded a piece of crispy lemon. Baba the money. Second, third. Actually, doesn't declare what a form of degree. Okay, so just something interesting. So thought that might be interesting to you guys. By the way, this very Zelensky shirt is actually a military shirt. This is actually the Singapore military. So if you come to Singapore, you'll find that many people actually wear this shirt on our casual times, even like a home clothes, because we have this shirt is free in for military guys. So many people wear it. It's very, very comfortable. So you'll randomly see people wearing this kind of military shirt in Singapore. Singapore is very militarized. Every guy in Singapore have to go through military. Not every guy. Most guys, like over 90% need to go through military, because some of them actually go to the civil defense, which is the fireman or ambulance. Then some others will go to become police. But most of us will be in the military. So we are very militarized, and so everyone have to serve at least 2 years of national service. I served 6 years because I was a regular soldier. So I was a professional soldier, in case you guys think I'm not qualified. So anyway, actually it's still not qualified lah, because soldier can be a camp guard and then do camp guard for 6 years. But the Reducted asked if there's a DPA online store. There isn't one yet, because I haven't figured out how to do the merchandising in a cheap way so that you guys can get the goods, because it is not difficult, right, for me to produce in China all these products very cheaply. The problem is how to get it to you cheaply, because the delivery, the shipping is the headache. You know, how do I send these merchandises to you? Because I don't want you guys to waste money, spend too much to buy one thing, you know, buy all these kind of merchandises. I want it to keep it as cheap as I can, and so that you all don't spend so much. Because I can deliver it all to Singapore, but the problem is shipping from Singapore to you guys, especially most of you guys are from USA or Europe, is very expensive. So I'm still figuring out how to do it. Russia counterattack in progress. I don't think so, man. DPA, do you think there will be a overhaul of the Russian senior command, SF-44? Actually, I don't know. I really don't know, because Russia is a massive bureaucratic state, and then their bureaucracy is very complicated, very messy. It's very hard. It's really very, very hard to think, because Russia ultimately is a very massive country. You know, the politics is very hard to maneuver. It's being kept together because there's Putin. If you take away Putin, Russia will collapse into, you know, they will go into civil war likely. You know, like what happened in the Chechen War, you know, where the Chechnya want to get out of the Russian Federation. A lot of this kind of thing might happen, because once you do not have a strong man on top of something, a country this powerful, this big, chaos might come. So I really not so sure. So okay, we need to do a recording. Hey, you see, people unsubscribe. Very irritating, isn't it? Why people unsubscribe? Walao. It's like, what did I do, man? So, no, how to grow the channel, you ask me? So, okay, we need to, you know, okay, so I would say this is the Lysychan offensive, the Ukrainian Lysychan offensive. So let's record. Hello everyone, this is Defense Politics Asia, and this is the quick update on the border of Luhansk and Donetsk at the Sivers front. And this is, the Ukrainians have launched their great Lysychan's offensive. So the Ukrainians has taken advantage of the chaos that is raging in the Russian ranks, and they have launched an offensive eastward towards Lysychansk. They have their fighting has now reported at Spurny, where the Ukrainian forces has reportedly attacking all day to try to break the Russian defense line. And then fighting is also reported at Verkhan-Okanyansky, as well as at Zolotarivka. So so this is a massive offensive, I feel, and this line here have to hold. If the Russian lines breaks, there will be no more Russian troops at the rear, and the Ukrainian forces will have a free reign into Lysychansk and recapture the city and perhaps even Severodonetsk. So things are very critical over here, and because of this offensive, we can confirm that the Ukrainian forces have acquired full control over Verkhan-Okanyansky. So this is the situation here at the Sivers front, and not to mention we still have this massive force at the Serebrenka, which we're not sure how the Ukrainian forces will actually deploy it. My gut feeling is that they will cross the river and go and hit Crimea, and this will actually disrupt reinforcement from Russia or from the north or from whatever to reinforce this area, and they can actually take Crimea and pincer with the Lysychan offensive on Rubizny causing a mass withdrawal as well from this area. So anyway, things are still developing. This is a new offensive that came out of nowhere, and I will see you in the next update. Yeah, you guys have followed me on the another recording. So, cause you are pro-Trump, and so people think you are pro-Russia. Why pro-Trump must be pro-Russian? I'm not pro-Russian, you know. I'm just anti-hypocrisy. War Eagle is leaving. Bye bye, War Eagle. You got my website is dying from the amount of people trying to go to my website. Give me a second. I can fix it. Yeah, it should be fixed now. The website, the DPA website should be working now. Thomas Ender. So website is working now. So let's upload the oh shit, what happened? It's lagging. Uh-oh. Oh, let's try again. Oh no. Sort it. Sort it. God. My Windows is probably struggling with too much things happening. Wait, what should I do? What should I do? Yeah, my computer is like the Russian command. My Windows keeps getting stuck. I cannot open my video. Okay, I need help. I need the task manager. Hopefully these don't crash the stream. The uh-oh. Sorry, my bad. I cannot. Goodness, my God. Yo, so I cannot drag the video into the browser. So end up I cannot upload. Then my folders keep jamming. So So now I go to Ukrainian decisions. Let's see. Okay. Give me a while. Sorry, I'm not looking at the chat. Give me a while. I need to do the upload of the video. Okay, so about there already. Almost there. Mm. So thank you for the 500 of you guys are still around, accompanying me. And so I'm planning to do. No, I'm not sure if you guys have heard me talk about the DPA open mic. So previously, I wanted to do the DPA open mic for patrons only, as guests to talk together, to share their opinions. Because lately the patrons have been not very responsive to the post I asked regarding the open mic. So I'm thinking of a totally new idea. I gotta do open mic with you guys, with people who is watching the live stream. I will actually drop a link. Then people can actually enter the chat room like a Zoom or Google Meet or this kind of thing. Then we can actually talk together. You can share your opinions about things, but the criteria is that you need to have a webcam. So you have to show a face. If you don't show a face, then you cannot get on. So that's the plan that I have. But I haven't have tried to do it. Excuse me. Suddenly. Okay, let me drop the. So I'm sharing the latest video on the Lysychan's offensive into the social media. Hmm. Switch. No. So yeah, let me get back to you guys. Let me look at the comments. First, there's already a first. So fast. Well done, comrade. You are now awarded the Medal of, what should I call it? DC chance. No. The DPA comebacks. Slava Dipani. So because we already put up three quick updates, so it's not a good idea to do a summary. So we'll do the summary 12 hours from now, hopefully. Then and also, you know, I did the thumbnails, but I don't think I feel like doing the thumbnails. I'm so lazy. Maybe I'll do it tomorrow to see whether it works or not. Wyatt Atanovsky, famous general from Singapore. Long live the commander. Hi, vegetable, go off. Do you wave at me? I'm just looking at some things. So okay, yeah, the opposite of lazy, DPA. You do not know how lazy I am. I'm actually a very lazy person. F Monkey say do go to sleep. I actually woke up at 11 p.m. So it's now 4:43 a.m. I should go and eat breakfast. So make a good thumbnail with Giga Chat. So I want to show you. Let me show you. So you probably saw this before. This is the Giga Chat. This is the Giga Chat, the original Giga Chat. So in case you didn't see some of the details, it's very interesting. He only eats emotional damage. So if you want to be a Giga Chat, you cannot eat food. You can only eat emotional damage. Okay? And there's an officer, because this represents the officer for the DPA Army, which is the patrons. So if you join the Patreon, you will be a officer, DPA officer. And then if you're not sure where to go to, it's at this link. It's patreon.com/defensepoliticsasia. So in case you want to be an officer, you want to contribute your hard-earned money to me, this money that goes to Patreon actually goes back to the community. So there will be like, for example, I actually donated money to Patrick Lancaster before. This is actually also through the Patreon's contribution. So it's this kind of thing that I and it's also, you know, to do other things, like for example subscription to video services, to post some private videos for DPA community, the patrons only. You know, some of these kind of expenses come from the Patreon contribution. So the money in the Patreon is actually meant to go give back to the community. I'll find more ways to try to do that. So this is the Giga Chat, and so some cool things, like for example, this is actually the Kinzao, and then you have the, you know, the walker from Star Wars, the cross-border Shaolin monks. You have some Chinese soldiers on horseback, and then you have some modern soldiers. You have the evil Teletubbies here. This is the Mammoth tank from Red Alert. And then you have the American soldiers, the HIMARS, and then the chicken, and F-22. There's a Jedi here. Yeah, so there's a lot of things going on in this picture. So, and then I actually have the me version. So this is I changed it with my face with the Giga Chat filter, and then I changed it to my face. Yeah, so this is actually the one that I used to do this one. Yeah, the thumbnail. So I'll do it tomorrow. Just a bit low energy already. It's been some long time. So let me see if you guys, my browser is dead. Okay, I need to. So my browser is my Edge just died. So let me restart my Edge. Oh no, what happened? Oh, my Edge is back. Let me turn. Tron told me to have a good rest. Signed by Lee Hsien Loong, which is my prime minister. The Shaolin monks are deadly. The Teletubbies will rule us all. Giga Chat mustache. Okay, I'll get out of your computer and let you have it back. Oh, so Glenn thought, thanks. Sorry, so thanks for invading my computer. So what else, right? What else do I need to do? I'm okay. Last until the voiceover. Too many emotions flying in here. Let's not be so serious. There's no need to get butthurt if someone disagrees. Yeah, to be honest, no, we are not the people fighting on the front. Don't be so uptight. If you have family fighting on the front, they're dying, they're struggling, they're painful. Yeah, I mean, you get emotional, that's fair. But if you are not part of this war, don't be so uptight about it. No. Then this is a long stream. Damn, I miss so much. Hi, little psycho. I learned to to move on, to let go, because you can never watch everything. So even when I watch other YouTube channels, sometimes it's like, oh my god, I missed out so much. Then I was like, forget it. It's just not possible to watch everything. Yeah. How much for Photoshop? My Photoshop, I think I'm paying 80 plus or 60 plus Singapore dollars per month. So it's a Creative Cloud account. They give me all the Adobe softwares which I need to use for my professional work. The war is like watching soccer. Yeah, I'm in a way it's like watching soccer. So I'm doing the football analysis. Christopher Wetlin sends his bias a bit, but his map is always good and fair. Yeah, I mean, if you've seen what I've seen, is you will find it really hard to really put your backing for the Ukrainians. But the thing is, the Russians are not the good guys as well. So it's very hard for me to just to say, oh, I'm now pro Russia. No, Russia have its own problems as well. Let me open a new. 5 hours track, then need to go and talk in real life, please. Yeah, modern nature, thank you for being around. I will be ending soon because I need to go and eat. There's a lot of 24 hours eatery in Singapore, so I can find food. It's not a problem. I just thinking what am I supposed to do? I can't seem to remember what I need to do now. And my browser hang again. Oh my god. I think the stream is getting a bit too long, which is why things are stuck. Yeah, it's really stuck. Oh no. So perk of living in the most sanctioned country is that you don't have to pay for Photoshop. So my browser is stuck, so I can't do anything. So I think we should end the stream. There is no more updates. Tentatively, the updates I think will come much later, because now it's in the middle of the night. Now I think it's midnight in Ukraine, so I don't think there will be much more information until tomorrow morning as things settle down. So thank you for watching. This is a super long stream. I think this is the longest ever I have ever done. So 5 hours and 48 minutes. So thank you for accompanying me. And hopefully for those that have stayed most of it, you are able to see how the entire updating of the Ukraine war map looks like, how it works. And so dismiss some myth about the way how I update. It's neutral, it's balanced. I take sources from both sides, and I update. You can see how the way I record, so it's all there. So I will be doing the summary tomorrow after maybe eat and take a sleep and sleep a while, and then wake up and do, and then I'll see you in the next update. Okay, so thank you for everyone that have had given the super chats. Just want to name them for this. So like Profax, Ima, Erna 785, Robotrix, me and B, O Richard, River of Life, I Stand with Russia, Daniel Elliott, Redeemer, NGS, Micro Learning to Micro, Command Unit, Alexander, Mr. Beat and Skeet, VZ or VZ, Mark Morris, Nita Fields, NGS, Tim Doran, Onion Ginger Tomato, Baxter Land, Keleman Peter, HJ Huang, Cowboy Bob, Kosh 963, Akos Boga, Cowboy Bob, GP, Ryan Quinn, Thomas Liev, J Smith, Thomas Fredstead, J Relo, and War Eagle, Murphy. Oh my god, why you all put there? I cannot come out already. Now I have to wait for the super chat to run out. No, thank you Murphy, thank you War Eagle for the super chat. Bro, you are hot as fuck. William Dai, are you gay? I'm actually very straight, Yeah, hey Creek Rapper, you just came in, and 3 Raven. Hi, thank you so much. Thank you for the super chat, and so thank you to War Eagle, Murphy, and 3 Raven for also the super chats. But you see, I want to go, then you all put the super chat. Now I cannot go. Oh my god, how much you put? Why the? Oh god, so I'm stuck here. So Duante Cocovado. So it is not very polite if people put a super chat and then I leave, because the super chat actually have a rundown time. You can see there's a rundown time. You can here you can see, right, there's a rundown time here, you see. So it's not good that I just leave after people throw money at me. It's important that this is a hard-earned money. Everyone earn money. It takes a lot of effort, hard work. So I have to stay. At least is the minimum I can do, to stay, chat with you guys, and then before I leave. So it's just I just think it's the right thing to do. So let me drink water. I like the bulk version of him better. Well, okay, let me look for the bulk. Which one is the bulk filter? So in case you don't know, I'm using snap camera. In case you guys are interested, snap camera, you can do a lot of things. Like for example, you can have a baby me. Hi. So then you can have the anime me. But anime me, I don't really like it that much because you can't really see my mouth that much. And then hi, I'm the Pixar version me. I'm married. Emiliano. I'm married actually. Yeah, so this is the Giga Chat one. Hey. So this is Giga Chat one. There's a lot of Giga Chat one that I use, but it's not so nice. That I tried, but it's not so nice. And then the Command and Conquer intro, right, is this type, like this. I got a few versions that I use. And I got this one. Hello everybody. So on the bearded one, and then this is the bald one. This is the no, there's another one. I think there's another bald one. Okay, this is one. Hi, I'm a Shaolin monk, cross-border Shaolin monk. So what is cute in sus? What is cute in sus? So yeah, so now I look, Asians, Chinese usually can only have beard in this way. We usually don't have the big beard. Usually some can, some not me though. So this snap camera thing will never end because it's really fun. So the DPA please update us if you can for 4 or 5 minutes. Today for 4 or 5 minutes. Is the what do you mean? Or do you mean what's happening on the front line? my map cannot load. I do not know why. So it's not that I don't want to show you the map. The map is not loading. So you see my Windows is still jammed. So map. Google Map is jammed for me. So tentatively, I can't move. Give me, where's my window again? To the chat. Gvash say, do you think India hinders Russia and China in alliance full potential? No. The thing, I need to change the way the filter. I think it's a bit disturbing. So can everything is jammed. Wait, give me a minute. Oh, my browser is not working again. So I think the live stream is too long. So India is a major power. Is a major power just like China at the same level. So I don't think China and India is exactly at the level of Russia, because Russia is to me is considered a superpower because they have the ability to survive on their own without trade with any other country, because they can feed themselves, they have the resources, they have the oil, they have everything, and they have the military technology and the production capability. So Russia to me is considered a superpower, although it's not at the level of the United States. United States is way more powerful because the economy is much stronger, and they are also able to maintain their own food and oil, everything their needs they have. China and India do not have. However, China and India are rivals, and China and Russia is rivals. So it is a multipolar world moving forward as we. So I don't think it's not about the hindering, but it's just that that's just how it is. You can't really change that situation. So this is a DPA chat. If you want to find, it's a Telegram. It's called DPA chat basically. But it's very notorious inside. So people always quarreling inside. Has Ukraine put me on the queue list? No, not yet. Not yet. I don't think they dare to. If they put me on the queue list, it will put them in conflict with the Singapore government, because I'm Singaporean. So I don't think they want to antagonize the Singapore government. So hey, I want to go already. You put a super chat. Thank you, William Dai. What do you think the outcome of the Ukrainian Luhansk counteroffensive will be? Is this Ukraine's last showdown, as many say? Okay, so also in my opinion that this is the last super major offensive that the Ukrainians is able to pull off with whatever resources that they are already gotten, because the threat now, the situation now, the danger is that the West is contemplating giving up on Ukraine. They are contemplating, they are not given up yet, but they're thinking about it, because the pressure, the energy prices is too high. The energy crisis is pressuring them to have to give concession to the Russians. So which is why to the Ukrainians, it is extremely vital for them to have something to show for all this investment and sacrifice the West have done for Ukraine. Which is why we are seeing, this major offensive that's happening. And I think this is a very well done offensive. And the Ukrainians, if you remember, I said during the southern offensive, I did mention that the Ukrainians cannot stop, they cannot give up, they have to double down and continue. Even if the sacrifice is high, they have to continue, because if they stop, they will be stranded, and then they will be bombarded and killed off by Russian artillery. So they have to keep pushing, and they exactly did what I mentioned in the Balakliya offensive. So with the Balakliya offensive, the Russians are now on the route. They got routed, they are now retreating massively. They need to continue to press on the pressure. They continue to push the Russians as far as they can. Don't allow the Russians chance to entrench themselves. So with all these redeployments, the entire Russian combat structure is all messed up. Attacking Liman is the right move. Attacking Lysychansk is the right move, because I did mention this exact thing that they are doing now. I did mention that before I even saw all this information. For those that are in the stream right 5 hours ago, you all, or 6 hours ago, you all would have heard me say this, that the Ukrainians will have to attack Liman, and they will probably attack Lysychansk and Severodonetsk, and this is exactly what's happening. And I tell you, the next one might be Zaporizhia line. They might actually do a breach of the Zaporizhia line, and that will collapse the entire Russian military operation. And the Russian military operation will have no way, unless they do a mass mobilization to deal with this entire collapse. So this Balakliya offensive will not just end at the Oskil River. They are going to cross it. They're going to invade into northern Lysychansk, no, northern Luhansk, the Luhansk Oblast in the north. And once they go into the north, it will be another great expanse of no Russian defenders, and they will be capturing massive amount of this territory. And the Russians will have nothing but to blame themselves, because when the Russians do their offensive, they don't take enough risk. They do not break through the defense line, penetrate far deep enough, and they don't put enough troops. They just overconfidence about their abilities. So the Russians will have to rethink about their military strategy now. Are they going to just keep this as a special military operation? Because as far as I can tell, the Russian the entire special military operation is now at risk. The collapse of the entire military operation is not that far away, because the Russians do not have defense lines in these regions where they retreat to. They don't have an entrenched line, so it's going to be very hard to defend against the Ukrainians in all these territories. And and in the Donetsk and Luhansk area, every time they advance, they actually dismantle all the fortifications and entrenchments. So which means that they can't even use what the Ukrainians have developed previously to defend against the Ukrainians themselves, because they would have already dismantled them. So things are very bad for the Russian side. So but if the Ukrainians fail in this offensive, then it will be a disaster, because then the West will give up on Ukraine, then the entire Ukraine effort will be collapsed. Which is why, you know, some will say this is the last showdown for the Ukrainians, which I agree that this is the most pivotal offensive in this entire war, because Ukraine will find it really hard to master such an offensive again should this force that they have now is wasted away. So they cannot waste this force that they have now. They have to make full use of this force and win the war. If they can't, this force got eliminated, then Ukraine will not have much left to actually defend themselves. So Sepkas say, no, why do you have a lot of Russian Telegram? Because most of the Telegram channels are pro-Russian. I have, so, you know, if among all this, I have two Ukrainian ones. You see the Ukraine Defense Intelligence. I have the Ukrainian special the special communications, which is this one. And I just now, you know, someone introduced to me the deep state, the UA deep state. Where is it now? Then deep state UA. So this one is quite good. This one is quite good. This is pro-Ukrainian. So it's not exactly, you know, I don't look at all of them. I only look at the people, the sources that I trust. So anyway, I don't think this is the last show. It is beginning. Well, if you were the Russian general, you could have prevented this. You exactly knew what the Ukrainians were going to do. Paul J. But the thing is, I think the Russian generals know, but the politics don't allow them to do anything, because Putin or Shoigu or whoever, Shoigu, might have put a limitation on how much troops they can deploy into Ukraine, and with the limited number of troops, even you can see them coming, there's nothing you can do about it. So, you know, so, you know, that's the situation. So, you know, there's no more live chat already. So thank you so much for staying with me for all this time. There's 400 over of you. Thank you so much for, you know, being here. And I will close the stream now. Please don't drop any more super chats, you know, because if not I cannot eat. So I see a lot of questions. I will have other live streams. We'll do live streams again. I think you guys seems to enjoy it as well. So we'll be able to talk more. I'm also going to do the open mic session. The open mic session, you'll be able to, you know, come on screen. You'll be able to join me on a Zoom chat kind of thing, but you must have a webcam. So if you have a webcam, then I'll allow you to, you know, participate, because responsibility is very important. So if you cannot stand by yourself, you cannot show your face, then then, you know, your words it's not that, have no weight. You have to put your personality, your person, your identity into it to show. Then you can actually share your opinions, and then we can talk about it. We can chit chat, and I think that will be, I think, you know, that will be fun. So we will see how to get that going. So I will update you guys when I'm ready to do it. I'm still, you know, figuring out a little bit of the technical issues on how I should do it, and we'll get there. Yeah, if you're not confident, then you cannot get on, or then you cannot share your opinion. Yeah. Then you just put super chats, or then we will answer. Because the live session, you can also put super chats. Then maybe the other people in the open chat, in the open session, the open mic can also, you know, answer from their opinions, because you can be from a pro-Ukrainian perspective and come on, and that will be good. then you can have a pro-Ukrainian opinion. For me, I'm rather neutral. I don't really care that much in that sense. If Russia lose, I'm not like the pro-Russians channels. They're all coping very hard. They're all saying a lot to try to feel better. So I don't really care. So who won riot in London? Ukraine is winning. Ukraine is winning. So Itachi say a lot of pro-Nazis here, not subscribe, but still here to troll with his bad manners. At least subscribe and troll. Yeah, I agree, please. If you guys are not subscribed, please subscribe. I just want to emphasize again why. If you don't subscribe, YouTube's algorithm do not push the channel to more new viewers, because there is always this baseline. For example, Mr. Beast got a few million, so every video, minimum he will get a million view, because the baseline is just so high. So that's why this subscriber base is very important. With a big subscriber base, then YouTube will share the channel and the videos to more new viewers. So which is why subscribing is very important. Liking helps to tell YouTube that the video is nice, and then they will try to share to more people. Maybe everyone like. My own estimation is that everyone like, they will share it to 10%. That's my estimation. So every like helps to share to 10 new people. Sometimes the 10 people, many of them are actually existing subscribers. Then among the nowadays is around like maybe you press one like, 9 they will share it to 9 existing subscribers and 1 new viewer. Yeah, because now I'm on a different algorithm. YouTube don't want to grow my channel, so that seems to be the case. So yeah, so that's why the like button helps. Yeah, so subscribe is very, very important. So thank you very much for watching, and I'll put in the outro, and I'll see you guys. Hopefully you have a good sleep, have good rest, eat well, stay safe, and I'll see you in the next update.
Defense Politics Asia is a Singapore-based geopolitical and defense news media come think tank focusing on Asia from an Asian perspective. We try to provide insights on complicated issues and cast spotlights on underreported stories to give a voice to those that would otherwise not be heard. You can find out more geopolitical and military news, as well as in-depth opinions and analysis on www.defensepoliticsasia.com. To support our work, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel here, or you can become a patron on our Patreon at patreon.com/defensepoliticsasia and get access to exclusive content while be a part of the people that shapes the future of this unique platform. Please remember to press the like button and subscribe to our channel.